Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, this is the 13th meeting of Municipal Council in this session. Going to start with a land acknowledgement. We are acknowledging that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, cultures of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty of the Haudenosaunee-Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the Lennon Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to providing alternative formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. If you'd like to make a request specific to this meeting, you can contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. All right, with that, it brings me great pleasure to move to the national anthem section of the agenda. Rachel Genders Boyd is a traditional English singer from a musical family who spent her childhood surrounded by the rich tradition of the Midlands singing. She grew up performing in folk clubs around Bingham and Derby and has performed with various groups at the Shrewsbury Folk Festival, Worcester Folk Festival, and Lichfield Folk Festival. She has been in Canada for 12 years and nowadays can be found helping host a traditional Irish session at the Scots Corner, leading workshops and singing sessions as part of the Forest City, how do I say this? Comhaltas. I've never seen that word. That's excellent. Oh, as well as working with the artistic director for the new Forest City Irish Fest. Please rise and join me in welcoming Rachel, who will now perform the national anthem for us.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, never had a photobomb of the singer photo, but that was interesting. Thanks for doing that. All All right, we're on to disclosures of pecuniary interest. I'll look to see if colleagues have any disclosures for today. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to recognitions. I have none. I don't know if colleagues on council have any. Nope. Okay, seeing none. Review of confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none. We have council in closed session. There are 2 items on the agenda. I'll look for a motion to move into closed session. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor McAllister. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, so we'll be moving to committee room 5. The members of the public can stay here. Finished. Okay, please be seated. Okay, that brings us on to confirmation and signing of the previous minutes. We have the minutes from the 12th meeting of council held on July 21st. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for those minutes. Moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Rahman. Any discussion or amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trosso, Councillor Preble.
We're voting on the
I'm
minutes.
absent, I'm not here yet.
Council Preble, yes.
Both verbally noted. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, thank you. We're on to communications and petitions. There are 6.1 through 6.5, including addeds. These all refer to items at various points in the agenda. There's a consolidated motion to refer all those items to the points where we'll be discussing them. So I'll look for someone who's willing to move that. Councillor Pelosi, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Trosso votes yes.
Council Preble, yes.
Noted, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
All right, item 7, motions to which notice was given. We have none, which means we're on to item number 8, reports. The first report we'll receive is the report from the Planning and Environment Committee. I'll turn it over to the chair, Councillor Lehman, to present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Please present the 12th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. We've had item number 11 requested to be pulled. And also item number 7.
Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, if you could also please pull item number 10, 1047, 1055 Dinners Drive, so I can remain consistent. Thank you.
Absolutely, we can do that separate. So far that's 7, 10, and 11. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Lehman, I'll let you move a motion.
Thank you. So I'll move items 1 through 6, 8, and 9.
Okay, 1 through 6, 8, and 9 are on the floor. I'll look for any discussion on those matters. Go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
I'm sorry, was 9 deferred or is 9 as it was at the committee?
9 is as it was at the committee. It's part of the group of motions, so whatever the committee did is what is happening with 9. And that was referred at committee, so that referral is essentially part of the consolidated motions. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Cuddy, you had your hand up too?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank staff for the work you've done on Kaleli Road. We've turned a country road into what's going to be a virtual bike path with lots of mobility, and it's just an exciting project. This has been a road that has required attention for many years. When I first came to council, this was an issue that my constituents had discussed with me, and with the help of and the aid of staff with our mobility team, we've been able to turn this road, or it will be turned into a really great transit, for active transit, for not only for motorists, but also for pedestrians and for cyclists. So this is an exciting project. I'm looking forward to seeing it finished next year. And I appreciate, again, staff, the work you've done. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a comment on number 5, which is the report of the Community Advisory Committee on Planning. I did have a letter attached to the advisory report. I know having a development in Ward 9 with a heritage designation and an opportunity of a developer taking advantage of some incentives that we offer. I could see the results of how we can protect some of our heritage, and as we address a number of heritage designations that will be coming to us, I am very supportive of the CAC's request to explore and report back on tax and other financial incentives or programs. I know at planning, the vice chair put forward a motion to look at a incentive for just heritage property tax relief program, which I'm very supportive, but I would have just liked a further opportunity for staff to explore more opportunities and report back to us. So those are my comments.
Any other comments on the matters before us? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. So I'll put 7 on the floor. This is a small housekeeping amendment. So I guess we would have to move the amendment. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you put the original staff recommendation on the floor, and then you can move the technical amendment to staff.
Okay, so I'll put that on the floor and I'll move the amendment.
Okay, so the main items on the floor, Councillor Lehman has moved an amendment. I need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Pelosa on the amendment. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting. Yes, Councillor Ferreira?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, can we just get an update on the housekeeping amendment, just some of the details on that?
Sure. I think it's Ms. O'Hagan who will update us on that.
Hi, through your worship. So the housekeeping amendment is to recognize that the Southwest Area Secondary Plan has been repealed. At the time of the planning committee, it was still in force because the appeal period hadn't gone through. We didn't receive any appeals to the Southwest Area Plan being repealed. So now all of the special policies will go directly into the London Plan.
Councillor Ferreira.
Okay, thank you for that. And just to follow up, when did we get that information?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the appeal period ended on August 20th.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
And now the as amended motion, Councillor Lehman, you're willing to move?
I'll move as
Need a
amended.
seconder for that. Councillor Hopkins, any discussion on the as amended motion now? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is a development in Ward 9, and I want to thank the committee for adding an amendment, given that there's a potential of seeing up to 9,000 people living in this development to look into future transit through the master mobility plan. So I want to thank the committee for adding that to the recommendation.
Okay, anyone else on the as amended motion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So I'll put item number 10 on the floor. This was requested to be pulled by Councillor Hillier.
Okay, so this one's on the floor by the chair. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Go ahead, Councilor Lehman.
Thank you. I'd like to put item number 11 on the floor. This was requested to be pulled by Councilor Stevenson.
Okay, this is on the floor. I'll look for any discussion. Yep, go ahead, Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, I pulled this one after discussions with the developer. The concern is, I believe, the derogatory implications on the developer without us looking at both sides of the situation and what happened. So what I wanted to know, a couple of questions through you to staff. Was this a really unusual situation where this kind of a condition was put in place? And if not, could you just tell me how this usually goes in terms of compliance around the conditions?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so there was a direction at committee to add a recommendation to approval authority to work with the owner of the property to be able to come up with an accommodation opportunity. So we did that. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to put that into an agreement, so that's why we don't have a provision to actually require this accommodation to happen. But we do have, of course, through our normal processes, our eviction-related bylaw, and that is the main way and usual way or how we would address a situation like this. So it is a bit of a different situation than we usually have compared to other areas in the city.
Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. So when we're looking at this motion and what's being requested in terms of a report back on the status, whether conditions have been satisfied and what authority, can I just ask through you to staff, I'm just really wondering how worthwhile this is, given that there is the OLT process, and we seem to be getting in there and causing potentially some issues in the process in a jurisdiction that isn't ours. And so I'm just looking through you to staff for some, your thoughts on this motion currently before us and the concerns of the developer that we're creating some issues potentially in another jurisdictional process.
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, we're of course always happy to bring back information reports. We were able to provide the bulk of the information at committee, just noting that there isn't, we're very restricted for what we can do to be able to enforce this matter. There is other bylaws that do cover these types of situations that we will ensure that we continue to enforce. But we can provide that further information, but there's not a lot of additional detail that I think will be helpful for you making a different decision.
Okay, Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. Actually, that last reference to making a decision, like what decision will be before council after getting this report?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so that there isn't any action to take at this time. There was, of course, the letter that was brought forward and the delegation requesting for council to consider this matter, but there isn't any tangible action that you could take related to a planning matter because that's already a decided matter of council. So it would just be to receive that information and to receive that report if you decided to do so.
Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. So this is the reason why I've pulled this and I'm going to be voting against it, is we're asking for a report on information that isn't going to lead to any kind of a decision that is, we've got written correspondence from the developer saying, as outlined in the attached letter, my actions were publicly misrepresented before the Planning and Environment Committee without anyone first contacting me from my position or requesting the supporting documentation. I consider it fundamentally unfair and unreasonable for conclusions about my conduct to be stated publicly without giving the affected party any opportunity to respond, particularly where the documentary record contradicts the assertion that replacement units were never offered. Elected officials should exercise appropriate care before making factual statements that can affect an individual's reputation. This is the communication on the public record from the developer. We're hearing from staff that asking for this report isn't going to do anything at all. We could, like, I don't want to go into legal session or anything to know how council might be implicated in the misrepresentations and the injurious reputational harm here.
Point of order. Now, she's clearly making legal conclusions here that she's not in a position.
Councilor, a point of order would be on procedural order. It's not on rebutting the statements the councillor is making. She's not a lawyer. She's not providing legal advice. She's not our solicitor. She's making comments on the matter before us. You're more than welcome to debate those comments and refute them in your own course and time, but I have to let the councillor continue with her discussion. There's no point of order related to the content of the councillor's, unless it's a point of personal privilege, which I don't think the councillor is moving into. She's providing her opinion here.
Thank you, and I wasn't implying any legal knowledge on my behalf. I just said, to me, this doesn't even warrant going in to find out whether there's any legal implications. I don't see why we would support a motion and take time for staff to prepare a report on something that isn't going to lead to any kind of decision, isn't going to do anything, and has been, you know, fairly clearly objected by the developer in question here. So I will not be supporting this, and I would encourage council as well not to support it, because I'm not sure what we're doing here other than, you know, looking like we're doing something. And there are always two parties, and that's the thing. I think we have to be careful when we take one side or the other without having considered both parties and given them an opportunity to speak and be represented. I also have other concerns around some of this, but I'm going to leave it for offline in terms of future ways of handling this, and maybe understanding the implications that we might be causing either party in terms of OLT or LTB matters.
30 seconds.
I guess, you know, we all want more housing options in this city, and we're also looking to protect existing tenants, and I think that's a good thing, but I think we have to be careful about how this is done, and when things are brought forward in this manner, the implications and the way other parties are affected. So I'm just going to leave it there and just say that I won't be supporting this.
Okay, any other speakers to this? Go ahead, Councillor Trosack.
We often find through the chair, we often find ourselves in a situation where this jurisdiction is operating under a variety of different provincial laws. And sometimes they conflict with each other. Sometimes there are boundaries that are not clear. Sometimes maybe a better job could be done by the provincial government in terms of legislating a harmonious relationship between these different policy pieces. But I think this suggests that the council is not in a position to try to find some kind of harmony between different pieces of legislation. And actually, to try to do that constitutes some type of meddling into a place that we don't belong. Yes, there might be implications if we do something here, but then again, there might be implications if we don't do something here. And I'm real clear that the implications for not doing anything here are tenants are going to suffer potential prejudice. And I'm not litigating that question right now, and I'm not issuing an opinion on how a court would deal with this, but I think that we are under an obligation to try to do as much information seeking as we can. And the fact that something arises under the Planning Act doesn't mean we can't take into account a whole variety of other public policies that we're bound to observe. So I welcome this this resolution. I probably would have drafted it a little stronger, but this is fine. This is good, and I think that the information that comes back to us will be useful for us to set a course. and ask the question, what next? What can this council be doing in order to avoid these types of conflicts between different parts of our laws? So I think this is a very important exercise. And to say that this is just going to lead, this is just a road to nothing, that is going to lead to us not being able to do anything, we can always amend our bylaws. We can always amend the bylaws that are within the City of London's jurisdiction, which, by the way, is very broad. It's very broad. And we've stepped into, and many other cities have stepped into the jurisdiction of looking at what rights tenants might have with respect to their units in situations where the owner decides to exercise remedies under the provincial landlord-tenant law. And this is a good development. It shows that our relationship between the province and cities is developing and is not rigid and stale. So this is exactly the kind of motion that we should be using to get ourselves some more information, if for no other reason, to help inform our future policymaking. So I will be supporting this motion, and I thank the councillor for bringing it, and I think the objections to it are not well taken. So thank you very much.
Any other speakers to this matter? Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you, yes, and I just wanted to speak to the rationale as to why the letter was submitted. And the main reason I'm bringing this forward is to gain a greater understanding of if there are other legal implications in regards to the commitments that were made, and not specifically in regards to the planning matters, as we've already heard from planning staff that there is not a lot that they can do through the site plan authority. For example, some of the information I'd be interested in is if there's any recourse for the city having been given any kind of incomplete or false information that influences project submissions. In the same way, we have a list of businesses that we won't procure from if they violate contracts. Is there something similar for developers who do not make commitments? This is the kind of information that I would like to understand and know more of. And in addition to the comments made earlier about claims made by the developer, I've repeatedly asked for additional information from the developer that proves the claims that they're making included in the letter. I've never seen them. They're never sent to me, despite being asked repeatedly. And if there are documents, I don't know if anyone has seen them. I'd be interested in those. And I do want to read an excerpt from the submission that we had from the tenants' legal representation in regards to the accommodation. And so ultimately at the tribunal, they acknowledged 2 letters from the contractor, from the landlord's contractor, both indicating temporary units cannot be safely serviced or occupied due to construction difficulties over winter, noting that they anticipated completing the work by the end of the month. That said, the letters were corroborated by the author and the landlord's contractor. By way of background, the tenants were offered a temporary unit, an offer that went out to 2 of 5 units who were remaining at the time, had submitted pictures of the units proposed for relocation, showing the units to be uninhabitable. This was backed up at the landlord's witness, by the landlord's witness at the April 9th hearing. Also notable, the 2 notices of temporary units that went out stated that the tenants would have access to those units effective in February, which was confirmed at the April 9th hearing to be not true. So there are, as we heard, some various opinions on this matter, but I think that's an example of why we would get some information from staff to be able to make informed decisions moving forward and have a greater understanding of what our limitations are. And I also think it's a great example as to why we desperately need a tenant relocation assistance program that would require temporary accommodations and that would legally bind the developers to something. And again, I think that this information would provide that context for councillors and the future council moving forward. So I seek your support in getting that information back.
Any other speakers to this matter? Councillor, your time's actually up.
Not speaking,
Okay.
just saying I'd like to vote on C separately. It's the non-address specific one. I'll support that one, but not the address specific one.
Sure, we can divide out the motion.
I apologize, I'll take that back. They're all address specific, so I'm going to vote no to everything.
Well, makes it actually a little bit easier. We don't have to recraft the motion. So I'll look for other speakers, though, before we move to that. Councillor Ferrer, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have too much to add. I just wanted to say to the questions, first, I appreciate the motion coming from the councilor. I appreciate the comments that were made, but the question to what are we doing here? We are bringing some form of accountability to developers with a specific case study that shows that this is needed. Is it worthwhile? Yes, it's worthwhile. You know, if we can save at least one person to be staying within their home, that is worthwhile. If we can save 100, that is worthwhile. We have a big crisis here when it comes to homelessness. We have a big crisis here when it comes to people at risk of becoming homelessness. This is not something that we should be looking at in isolation. This is something that spreads across a lot of different service areas, a lot of different actions that council is doing. We should look at that in a holistic way. We should look at this in something that it involves our homelessness response. It involves our preemptively seeing if we can keep people in their home. This is a motion that is basically a case study that tells us that we should be looking at more preemptive actions when it comes to mitigating individuals who are at risk of losing their housing. So I'm going to be full support of this. I totally agree with Councillor Frank's direction when it comes to replacement, when it comes to relocation, when it comes to assistance for moving. If we have to have some kind of repairs or renovations, I totally support that. So I think that's really where we need to start looking at. We need to start looking at preemptive movements of what we can do to preempt individuals who are at risk of becoming homeless and to keep people in their homes. So I'm going to fully support this, and I think council should fully support this as well.
Any other speakers? Okay, then it's the full motion before us, and we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. That completes the 12th report of the Planning and Environment Committee.
Okay, we're on to the 12th report of Community and Protective Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Rahman to present that report.
Thank you, and through you, I'd like to present the 12th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I've been asked to pull items 3 and 4, and I'll just look around the room, see if there's anything else to pull.
Okay, 3 and 4 separate. Anything else? Okay, seeing none, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I'll put on the floor items 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Okay, 1, 2, 5, and 6 are on the floor. Any discussion on those matters? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you to the staff, I have a question regarding the 4.1 from the committee or 6 on the agenda today. I know we were talking about the coming back future to the committee, and I was just wondering which one in September are we planning to receive it back? Thank you.
Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We will be coming to the second CAPS meeting in September. We wanted to see how council as a whole voted on this item today, noting that the deadline for the first CAPS meeting to submit our reports would be this week to the clerk's office. So we'll be aiming for the second CAPS in September.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Mayor. No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the matters before us? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I'll put item 3, 2.2 on the floor, the proposed winter response for 26-27.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers and discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just clarifying procedure. I have an amendment, but I have some questions that might add to this amendment. So can I ask those, or do I have to do it right away?
So as you're speaking now, it's going to count towards your time on the main motion. If at the point that you move an amendment, which you would need to do during your first time for speaking, you could move the amendment. If it's seconded, that would be a new motion. You could speak to the amendment at that point. So the answer is yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So through you to staff, I just want to follow up on a question that I have been asking about, and that is the 30 spaces at 696 Dundas Street operated by Arcade that are part of this proposed winter response. I'm still trying to understand how this has come forward as a staff recommendation with the already council-approved policy that there won't be resting spaces on the main street of a BIA.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, that is the case, or had been the case. We've gone back through to look at some extensive digging on various council resolutions and council directions, and there was a point in time where council actually voted to suspend that requirement. They did set a date of April 30th. There were a meeting held in February of 2026 where it was discussed that there would be changes made and that oversight or that provision be eliminated for the winter. So what you have also directed staff to do was to go out and engage with the community to find as many spaces as needed, to go out and canvass what was available for those winter months. So we came back with what the community has offered and what they propose that they can deliver. So before council would be a decision of endorsing or supporting those spaces, which would mean therefore supporting the location in which they are provided. What kind of muddies this in throughout is that council supported a 2-year winter response plan with that provision that they could exist, and then modified it throughout and sent us to do a different approach in year 2 of the 2-year approved plan. So all of that to say, we are before you with, here's what the community said they could offer you for the winter, and these are the locations in which they can be provided. Should council wish to have those locations, you would in fact be endorsing that they're permitted to be there.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Not to belabor this, but I have sent emails about this since the beginning. That committee meeting where we waived that requirement until April 30th was done by committee and council. That was us. I had a motion brought forward with councillors Frank, Trossow, Ferreira regarding the immediate need that we were in that winter. And I agreed to waive the provision, and committee and council obviously supported, but it was me that had pushed. It's my BIA Main Street ward where the oversaturation continues to occur 3.5 years later, 10 years later, however long this has been going on. So I understand that council can override their own policies, but what was brought forward by staff seemed to not take into account the policy that had been passed by this council that they wouldn't be on the main street of a BIA. And the first communication that I got back said that staff were going to be looking at the clerk, working with the clerk to see if there was going to be some kind of motion required to make this go through. And I spoke with senior leadership yesterday as well to follow up on how did this come forward from staff, because my understanding throughout this term of council has been that staff have to operate under the council policies, but council can make different changes. So what I'm hearing right now, and I just want to confirm, is that we don't need to acknowledge the way we did in February that notwithstanding because I believe that was the motion, notwithstanding the current policies, we made an exception until April 2026, under the assumption that we were all still committed to moving forward with addressing the oversaturation issues, and that in the immediate emergency we were going to allow it, but hoping that something better, trusting that there were other options for this city than one particular street within a few block radius. So I just want to confirm that the last motion was a notwithstanding the policy, and I would like an answer as to how this gets brought forward to this right now, acting as though we didn't have that policy that council has said not on the main street of a BIA.
Ms. Statersbear.
Thank you, through you. And I appreciate the question being asked. I think it's probably fair to say that as staff, we bring forward advice to council, and as Mr. Dickens has said, we have brought forward a suggestion that this be considered. We absolutely appreciate that council made a different decision before. It doesn't mean that we don't have an opportunity to come back to you and say, we're in a housing crisis, we have an issue for the winter, we have a provider who's willing to do this. If it is council's direction, we didn't want to eliminate or not provide to you all of the information on this issue. We acknowledge that council has a different decision. It doesn't keep us, though, from asking you to reconsider that decision. It's not to change your decision, it's just to ask you to reconsider it, and that's why it's being brought back to you today. If the choice is to go a different way, we're happy to take that and go back with the existing policy.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So then through the clerk, do we not need something in there that says notwithstanding the current policy, we're making another exception? Like, are we, I was just surprised that that wasn't in the report, asking for council's reconsideration.
Give me 1 second on that. Okay, I'm going to just try to give an answer, and then I might have to go to staff or the clerks again. So if I understand correctly, what I've heard is the previous decision of council about not on the main street of a BIA is suspended as part of a 2-year winter response program. Council makes an adjustment halfway through that 2 years. That had a notwithstanding attached to it, but council makes an adjustment between halfway through the 2 years to say, bring us some other options. We want to look at this. Staff brings back a report. You know, I guess it depends on if staff feel it's substantially different from the previous winter response and would require an updated notwithstanding, or whether it can just stand with the previous one. Regardless, it's been more than 12 months, and council can essentially decide how to proceed at this point in time. But I'd have to go to staff on the whole piece about, you know, which way you went and why you went that way on it.
Thank you, and through your worship, when we initially brought the winter response, it was a 2-year response. It was funded for 2 years. Earlier this spring, you asked us to come back with an enhanced response, more beds, in particular looking at Tier 3, and that's what we did. We came back because we didn't have sufficient beds. We came back with a proposal because we knew opening a community center again was not the right decision in Tier 3. So we knew we had to look for beds. So we went out to our community to look for where are the options, where can we have beds, enhancing our current winter response that we brought forward with you for 25-26 and 26-27. So we brought forward and enhanced the original response by enhancing Tier 3 and by seeking additional funds. And the most important change is that you asked us to look at, do we look at the -15 threshold, or do we look at opening our doors 24/7 from December to March 31st? So those are the recommended changes based on community and based on our evaluation and learnings from the initial first year of the winter response, and that's what we brought forward. for council to make decision on.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just say to my colleagues, I've been working on this since committee, so this isn't like a last minute thing that I'm doing here today. The 2-year winter response did not include the spaces at 696 Dundas Street. That was something that we as councillors brought forward as an emergency response that ended April 2026, that said notwithstanding our current policy. So I find this very frustrating. I'll admit that it's like this. I find it really frustrating. I'm going to, and that's why I wasn't sure what else I was going to add on to this amendment. So I do have an amendment that I'm going to move, and I am going to add one more section. I'll read out the one that's been circulated.
Yeah, if that's one you're moving, you can read it out, but if you're adding something to it, you can read it all out together, if so.
I'm still making it up in my head here because we're on the fly. I assumed that this was drafted by staff already. I've followed up as early as yesterday. So the answer to my colleague who's speaking to me beside me is the answer staff would draft it is because there should be a requirement to move something that council had
So
already.
I'm going to say you don't have to respond to your colleague beside you. Your colleague beside you should not be talking to you while you're presenting your debate. So I'll ask the colleague who was talking to please allow the councillors to ask their questions and make their points. If you'd like to speak, you can put your hand up and speak to the motions before us. So Councillor Stevenson, maybe just read out that and then we'll add to it with what you're adding to.
I'm just trying to do this efficiently as well. How much time do I have right now?
Yeah, you spoke for about 3 minutes and 50 seconds before you started introducing the amendment, so. Yeah.
Okay, and can I do 2 amendments or do I have to do it all in one?
Okay, so if you've submitted some language, you want to put that on the floor, you've got something substantially different that you want to add to it, I mean, not contrary, but substantially different that you want to add to it, you can subsequently make an amendment to the amendment, like all members of council can. If they're pretty much the same thing, you're just adding to it, like if it's not a distinct part, then, you know, it probably should go all together. So there's really 2 options before you.
Okay, thanks. I think it is distinct. I'm going to move forward with this so that I can think about the other piece. So my amendment is that the motion be amended to include a new part that reads as follows. The implementation of the proposed winter response for 2026-27 be subject to the following. I, council approval of the proposed to be determined ARC-aid location be required prior to the execution of any contract related to that location. I, all contracts related to the proposed winter response be placed on a public agenda immediately following their execution. And I, all proposed locations be subject to fire and bylaw compliance review and sign off by the appropriate city officials prior to the execution of any related contract.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder for that. Councillor Hillier is willing to second. Okay, give us just 1 sec. Okay, so we've got that, it's moved and seconded. Now, if you want to speak to the amendment now, I'll just remind you, you've got to move the amendment to the amendment the first time you speak, because you only get to speak once at council, so just early heads up on that.
Going.
Okay, you can still speak to the amendment because all you did was put it on the floor, moved and seconded, so, but you're going to see if other colleagues want to speak first. We can do that. Okay. Does anybody else want to speak to the moved and seconded amendment as it's on the floor? I don't see anyone. Oh, Councilor Pribble, go ahead.
Thank you, Sir Mayor, and to the staff. I do have a question, let's go for the I part and proposed arcade locations. The way it is right now, would 696 would be included in it, or would it be just the additional one? If you can please confirm that to be based what's in front of us.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, this would be for the new location. It would not include 690, the proposed location, 696 Cronin Warner. This would be for their third location that they are currently searching for.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. And for the sorry, subject to, if I can get a from legal in terms of the placing those on the public agenda, if I can get a feedback from the legal department, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship, once a contract's been executed, there should be no issue with public disclosure, subject to any information that had been agreed to be kept confidential.
Councilor Pribble.
Thank you for that. And for the III, if I can get a feedback from our bylaw enforcement team.
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, so we would undertake the same protocols we do for all buildings. We ensure we follow up after bylaw bylaw compliance perspective to make sure that they're abiding by the city's bylaws.
Go ahead, Councilor Pribble.
Thank you to all three of you for your answers.
I have Councilor Rahman and then Councilor Pelosa.
Thank you, and through you, and on the amendment. On part 3 of the amendment, I'm just wondering if staff are aware of any potential issues around the fire and bylaw compliance review and how they anticipate or read that.
Go ahead.
Interpret that, sorry.
Thank you, and through your worship, in conversation with Fire Chief at noon today, I shared this with her, and we ensure all buildings follow the fire code, so depending on how it's zoned, it would be no different than any other building following the fire code that we have across the city.
Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I just, I want to make sure I understand that any current location that was included in the report has met fully all fire and bylaw compliance so far to date. So therefore, they would not be excluded in the future because of some outstanding matter or potential emergency order that was given to be able to establish said location.
Thank you, and through your worship, that is my understanding. I can confirm with the London Fire Department, but I have not been aware of any buildings that have not, that are included in this list, noting that one is to be determined. So we would have to ensure that that met the fire code. And remember, warming spaces are different than emergency shelters when it's looked at through the fire code, for example.
Go ahead.
Thank you and through you, but the language in the winter response includes both. And so I'm just wanting to confirm, because we may have some warming spaces that aren't potentially, or may potentially have some challenges.
Thank you, and through your worship, both spaces, not the one that's not determined, acted as warming spaces in the past winter response, and there were no concerns at that time with respect to the code or the zoning.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you and through you, and I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment. Or an amendment to the main motion, whichever you perceive to be better.
So, Councillor, you kind of asked a question of me there at the end, which way you could do it. You can move an amendment to the amendment now. That's no problem if it's related to the amendment. If it's more related to the general provision, you've not spoken yet to the main motion, you could also move an amendment to the as amended motion or the main motion, depending on if this passes or not, to change a component of it. So I guess I'm in your hands on, is it related to these clauses or is it related to another piece, or is, if you feel like it has to be attached to this, then I would say do it now. If you feel like it's more independent, then you could do it at the main motion.
Thank you. And three, it's variable. So the first part of this motion reads the implementation of the proposed winter response. And part D also reads that be directed to implement. So it's the implementation piece that I'm trying to amend. So it's either.
Councillor, I think I know what you're going for. So it says in this piece, the implementation of the proposed winter response be subject to the following. When we go back to the main motion, you can change the top level implementation piece, because if you did it now and then this failed, then you might have to do it again, but you could just have it apply to all, because the councillor's main pieces of the clauses are 1, 2, and 3, and the be subject to piece, but you can, I mean, you could adjust the implementation piece in the main clause, which I think was D. And then depending on where this lands, is this landing under D? You could do it after. You could change the word implementation in its forms throughout the as amended motion or the main motion after this is passed. But we don't know what you're trying to do, so you might need to give us more context. We could probably rule a little bit better on this.
Okay, thank you. So my context, I guess, is this. I would like to amend this motion to include Part D, notwithstanding council policy regarding the existence of resting spaces on the main street of a BIA.
So our advice, after some discussion, is do it now, because given the context of your motion, the support or not for clauses, these new clauses that Councillor Stephen has proposed may be subject to the clause that you want to put linked to the implementation. If this passes, in the as amended motion, the implementation piece would need to be cleaned up because you can't implement it without doing these things. And so we will have changed the subject to piece on the implementation. So now is the time to do it. And then it will link in with the main motion. You won't have to do something later because it'll be part of it. Okay? All right. Could you just read it out, and then I'll seek a seconder, and then you can provide some more rationale, because it'll be an as amended motion.
Thank you. That the motion be amended to be further amended to add a new part IV that reads as follows, notwithstanding a council policy regarding the existing resting spaces on Main Street of the BIA.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Trossau. Okay, so now we're only going to debate that addition to the amendment. So we're not debating the amendment, we're debating that additional clause onto the amendment. Would you like to speak now? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So I want to thank Councillor Stevenson for pointing out what was missing from our discussion. And I think it's important that that this discussion be framed correctly and that the information be put in this light. I know there was support for this last year when we were looking at resting spaces. And part of the reason for that support to allow resting spaces on the main street of the BIA was because we didn't have a lot of options for where else people could go. And so here we are, we've received staff's report. Staff have outlined the locations that were possible for overnight spaces, and this was one that was put forward. And I want to make sure that not on the technicality, but purposefully we're addressing the issue so that there is those spaces available or for this upcoming winter. So appreciate that we're having this discussion here. I'm sorry that it didn't happen at committee, and hope that this helps us to move forward on this matter.
Okay, other speakers on the further amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
Just on the amendment, because I'll come back to the, just on the amendment to the amendment, I'll come back to the amendment. I think it's a good amendment to the amendment. I think it's a reasonable amendment to a bad amendment. So I'm going to support the amendment to the amendment. I'm not going to support the amendment, but we'll get to that later. For now, what I want to say is, I hope that was clear. Yeah, okay. For now, what I want to say is, I've always felt that this whole prohibition against having these activities that are lawful activities, that are within the appropriate zoning, that are things that are being controlled and monitored by the property owner, probably was a bit of an overreach. And should they be challenged, there could be substantial issues. Now, I'm not asking the solicitor for an opinion as to whether or not this framework is subject to a successful attack. All I'm saying is, when we come back and make these amendments, we're just showing a level of flexibility that shows we're trying to ameliorate the potential harshness of the underlying rule. And I think, should we find ourselves in a situation where we're trying to defend our work, that would help us a lot. So that's why I'm supporting Councilor Rahman's amendment. Does the underlying measure say you can't do this on the street, or does it say you can't do it on any premises with an address on the street? I don't have that in front of me.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I need a moment to pull up the exact wording, but it was tied to city funding only, so not self-funded or funded through other parties, but any municipal funded service on the main street of a BIA. It did not specify whether it was in a dwelling, out of a dwelling, or anything like that.
And if I understand the situation, they are not housing people on the street, are they?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through Your Worship, that is correct understanding.
Hence, one more level of ambiguity in this underlying measure that could create problems for us if it was challenged. No, I'm not going to make a further motion that we do some major changes to what we already agreed to. But I just think that given that ambiguous language, which could be problematic, because for me, being on the street means being on the street. I just think that this kind of amendment just sort of gives us the kind of flexibility that could really assist us later if we got into legal trouble. So I'm going to vote against the entire thing, the entire amendment. But if the amendment passes, it's much stronger and much better with this. So thank you for bringing that, Councillor.
Okay, I have Councillor McAllister next.
Thank you through the mayor. I do appreciate the discussion today. I think Councillor Stevenson had mentioned this earlier, but I do take a bit of issue in terms of when we have these discussions in terms of the notwithstanding the council policy. I think back to the time when we had this debate, and it is predominantly the two BIAs that are constantly impacted by this. I do recognize in terms of the time restriction we've put on this, also recognizing we have limited options, as Councillor Rahman said. But when I look ahead to the budget ask that will be made in the next cycle, I think that is the time where we need to have those discussions in terms of locations and where we see these things long term. Because right now, I think it is incredibly unfair. Even when we say BIA, it's not. It's two BIAs. I experienced this with the coffee house. OAV has experienced this for a number of years. And so I'm just expressing the frustration that I'm hearing from the BIA members, from the community members, that we are constantly putting it on the shoulders of two communities. And that is why I'm trying to say to council that when this discussion comes back for those budget discussions, that we need to recognize that we have repeatedly asked two areas of the city to shoulder the responsibility, and that is grossly unfair. When we say notwithstanding this policy, I was very serious in that discussion that these are the two BIAs, and if I have to change the language to explicitly say Hamilton Road and OAV, which will eventually become one, or not one, but they will be in one ward, I will change the language accordingly if I have to call out those BIAs, because they have shouldered this for far too many years. So I'm just calling it out. I recognize, again, the situation we're in. We do have some lead time, but this is absolutely the last time that I am willing to support an extension of this sort, because we have no other options right now. I am looking forward to, with this amendment in terms of, well, this is the amendment to the amendment, but having that location discussed, because I think it would be unfair to once again ask those areas to take on this responsibility. So I'm understanding where we're at. I do very much feel like this is, again, a no-win situation. The same areas are gonna unfortunately bear the brunt, but I do think that this plan, as it's being laid out, is better than what we previously had. We're not giving up a community center, and we are trying to accommodate smaller numbers and not have a large facility, which would be very difficult to manage. So I'm just trying to say, I recognize all the considerations have gone into this, appreciate the amendment to the amendment that we're now discussing, but these are some considerations that we absolutely need to take into account when we have these discussions. So thank you.
Okay, on this, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson, and then Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. I just will point out that I said that to move things along, I was going to let people speak so that I could work on the amendment that I was bringing. Councillors are allowed to bring another one, but of course it's contrary to the direction that I was going, but that's okay. It's consistent with the way this has been during this term of council. The 696 Dundas Street location is a problem. It is a big problem for that neighborhood and for the neighboring businesses who pay a levy and have a BIA because this council had it as one of their strategic objectives to make that a viable, livable, vibrant business district the way that area deserves, the same as every other area of the city. To say that there's no other locations is counter to our whole objective of 12 to 15 hubs around the city. How did we all get behind that? Well, not all of us, but this council got behind that, and yet just says there's nothing we can do about poor Old East Village. So my motion would have been to say we're going to exclude taxpayer funding from the 696 Dundas Street location, and I will move that if this fails. The overnight spaces at 696 Dundas Street have continued to operate under donations, as they should. We should not be using the property tax dollars or the tax dollars, whether they're federal, provincial, or municipal, of the residents of that neighborhood and the business owners and property owners of that area to fund the spaces to which they have been crying out for help. If it's done on donations and property that's owned by a charitable organization, that's for them to do. But for this council to support in the 4th year of this term, to continue to use their taxpayer money to fund these services when they have cried out in despair for 4 years, and their councillor has advocated for help, that we just stop using their money to cause the problem. So I would encourage council to say no to this. The overnight spaces will continue. They haven't stopped, but they were used by charitable donations and at half the cost, I might add, because when you see it on Facebook, it's $50 a night. Our bill is $100. So I'm asking council to say no to this, allow the organization to do it with donations, and then at least we're not guilty of using their money to do the service. It's going to continue anyway. Let's just honor our strategic objectives and the voice of that neighborhood and the pleas of that neighborhood to say, please don't do it with our tax money.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of conversation here, lots of ideas, and this discussion has been going on for, I think, 3.5 years or however long council's been here, since I've been here. When we first discussed restricting resting spaces in the OEV, that was very politically driven, and it was not really a conversation that focused on what would be the consequences. It was a motion to try to remove service providers and shelters within the OEV and within BIAs. The anticipated result of that was to push these providers outside. Hopefully, I believe, and this is my opinion, it was to push outside of the OEV. That didn't translate into reality. What really happened was individuals were just left out on the street, and there was more individuals out on the street. And the reason that I was against that initial motion was because of exactly that. And today, a lot of individuals are saying our homelessness crisis is through the roof. And some of the reasons of that is because we have been systematically shutting down spaces with motions like this. I was against this motion at the time because of that. I'm still against that because I understand that the capacity that we have is really within these areas. However, I also see that there is a truth, there is a reality that we do have service providers within a small area. And I do not see the city providing, citywide anyways, providing such providers. So there is some merit with some of the things that are being said. Now, I am going to vote for this notwithstanding amendment because I understand that we have to work with what we have right now because we do have a crisis. But I would also suggest we put an amendment to this amendment. Can I put another amendment on this?
There are already 2 amendments deep. You can't do another one yet.
Okay, well, on the main motion, we need to put some priority to look at all locations citywide to help us when it comes to the homelessness crisis. We need to have specific language, and I think this might be the time to do it, to also look citywide of where capacity can also be increased. Because there is a debate, and it has turned into a battle of the wards, back and forth. Who is going to put spaces out to help people in need out on the street? Who is not? This conversation has gone up again and again and again and again. And there is merit to some of the arguments I see here. But I will say the motion originally to shut down or not approve city-funded resting spaces in the areas of the BIA has led to more crisis, has led to more people on the street. That is a reality. If we didn't do that, more people would be in on the street. Now, service providers that do this work would still be in that area, but there'd be less people out on the street. That would be for sure. So I'm going to support this because I understand that our capacity right now is existing where it is. But I would also say we do need to start figuring out how do we place locations elsewhere. This motion should be in coordination with another set of language that says we need to start prioritizing other spaces outside the core that provide these services, that provide shelter, that provide housing, that provide all the services, resting spaces, whatever the language is. We need to start putting that explicitly into this language too, because not only do we need to recognize what we have, the crisis that we're in, what we've learned on this type of direction, but also how do we mitigate these issues that are arising? Because there's some realities here, but we need to start really looking at the data. We need to start looking at what has really transpired in the last 3 years with this direction. And we need to start really understanding that there is only a couple areas in the city that have really put, all hands in to respond. We need the rest of the city to be responding with us.
30 seconds.
So I guess I'm going to have to move an amendment, so it's coming.
You can't move an amendment.
On the main motion.
Yeah. Okay, other speakers to the amendment that is before us. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So, in listening to this conversation, I think we need to draw colleagues' attention back to some realities. First of all, I'm going to support the amendment. I think it's the appropriate amendment to clean up the language, make sure that that's in there. Reality one, the ARC and the Unity Project own their buildings. So if you want to talk about moving them, then you better talk about a multi-year budget business plan for property acquisition to then do land swaps with them, because that is what you're talking about. I would also remind colleagues that the core is not the only location where we have homelessness services. On Clark Road in the East End, I have the YOU Youth Shelter. I also have the Inova Women's Shelter. South of the 401 is where we put the micro-modular shelter because we weren't going to put it again in the downtown. And I heard colleagues argue against that because it was too far away, because it wasn't in the core. So respectfully, to say that all the services are in the core is not accurate. There are services in multiple wards across the city. And the last time we brought something forward as a council, the micro-modular shelter, which I think has been very successful so far, was deliberately put outside the core because there are a range of needs in our homeless population. There are folks who do need to be away from the core area so that they can go through their journey towards recovering from addiction, from dealing with their mental health crisis, from whatever the situation might be. In some cases, just to reconnect with family, to get back up on their feet, to get back up to working, and be back out on their own. And I know we've had people at the micro-modular shelter who have seen that progress and have actually moved out of the micro-modular shelter and are now in rental units elsewhere, some of whom I know are back to work. That's a success. And we know that we've seen the ARC with its Cronin Warner project do the same thing. They have shown us numbers of people who have been in those beds, who have been able to reconnect with family, who've been able to get health services, who've been able to get help with employment services, and have been able to get back out on their own. I also think we have to be practical that, say this every time we have this discussion to hundreds of people. I've said it on the doorstep hundreds of times too in the last couple of months. The city's not going to solve this problem alone. We're not, ladies and gentlemen. Without a serious effort by the province, and we could talk about ODSP rates and OW rates and how the shelter allowances are not nearly adequate. We could talk about the need for the federal government to invest more in affordable housing, as well as the province investing in healthcare beds, in addiction and mental health recovery. We can talk about all of those things. We can't do them. There are MPPs and MPs whose job it is to address those issues. So we can only do our part. And I think with what we've got here before us in the winter response, this is the best option we have for the moment. I'm going to support the amendment. I will actually, just for the clerk's sake, so that they can perhaps separate out some language on the amendment from Councillor Stevenson, and I'll speak to this when we get back to that, but if we could separate out part 1, because I want to vote on that differently than the other parts. So if we could do that, that would be appreciated. But that's my comments on the amendment from Councillor Rahman. I'm absolutely going to support it, because I think we do need to recognize that, notwithstanding, we have 2 providers who are stepping up, who own buildings in the area. And until we are willing to spend money to acquire properties, that's going to continue to be a reality.
Okay, other speakers to Councillor Rahman's amendment? All right, seeing none, we're going to open just Councillor Rahman's amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, now I need an as amended motion for the amendment, which I assume, Councillor Stevenson, you don't want to move anymore. Councillor Rahman, you're willing to move. I need a seconder for the as amended motion, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, so now we're going to start debate on the as amended amendment. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So I just want to go through, the first part is the approval of the proposed 40-space location that is listed currently as to be determined. And I know that the residents that I speak want to have a say in where that goes, and they want it to be done publicly and not just find out after the fact. So I think that's important, especially given the confirmation, and I just want to confirm through you to staff that the emergency shelter guidelines, if we pass them today with the illegal substances allowed inside, that does apply to these warming spaces as well. Like I confirmed at committee, but I just want to reconfirm here at council.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, the emergency shelter guidelines do prioritize bringing people indoors when there's risks to them being outside. And so in the winter season, this would be further exacerbated, leaving people outdoors in the cold. And so those same shelter guidelines would still apply to the winter spaces. The staff are still responsible for ensuring safe premises on the grounds there, regardless of the clients that are in the space.
Thank you. So again, because illegal substances are most likely to be allowed inside if this next motion passes or the next agenda item passes, I think it's something that Londoners want to know, and they want to know where their council members stand when these locations are decided. Number 2 is that all contracts be placed on the public agenda. There's no reason why these contracts aren't placed on the public agenda. We've done it before. We want to see the details on it. We've seen the contracts for the ARC that we say daytime spaces, but we've seen the hours shrink from 11 to 7 to 9 to 4 to 3 to 7 or whatever it is. I'm not sure what the hours are, but they've been shrinking each contract, and those details aren't in the staff report. They are in the contracts. I do think that they should be publicly available. And the last one is that all proposed locations be subject to fire and bylaw compliance review. So I heard yesterday that fire inspections have not been done at these locations, and that 30 mattresses on a floor is not something that they've seen and inspected. I may have misunderstood that, but maybe if staff have anything to add, this is the reason why I've added this in, is rather than me just send an email asking for fire inspections, that we just make it a matter of course.
Thank you, and I would have to confirm with the chief on that. Because I don't understand the context of what he said, so we would want to confirm from London Fire Department.
Okay, thank you, I understand, and like I said, what I heard yesterday was that, and from a fire official, but I may have misunderstood, but I don't think it hurts to double check, even if I misunderstood that if we have 30 mattresses or 25 mattresses or cots on the floor of a basement or in a building that isn't regulated for sleeping, I heard that there's some particular things that do and need to be done for safety, and nobody here wants to be part of any kind of tragedy where we've got a bunch of people where we haven't met complete fire code inspections. It's one of the things we haven't really talked about, is the fact that emergency shelters, warming spaces, all of these locations, there's no, I'll confirm through you to staff, there's no licensing requirements, there's no, you have to open up a coffee shop, something, there's all kinds of things you need to do, but for these, my understanding is there's no requirements for this type of thing that usually would be required if you ran a boarding house or something like that, or a tenancy arrangement.
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, I can confirm there's no specific license related to these type of operations.
Yeah, so I don't see any harm in making sure as a council that we've got, fire inspected locations and that everybody's safe and compliant. And so that's my reason for adding that to the amendment today, is just to ensure that when we are bringing people in out of the cold, that the fire inspectors have been there and ensured that we've got a safe location for people to stay. So it's simply knowing the location, representing our residents to ensure that, if and when it comes to any of our wards, that we have a say in it and that the public's involved. Contracts transparent and accountable to the public for taxpayer funding, and fire inspection and bylaw seems a pretty basic thing that any one of us would want to support, but I leave that to my colleagues.
Okay, we're on the as amended motion. I know Councillor Pelosi, I had you on the original amended, but so if you want to go now, you can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Noting the Deputy Mayor also has his hand up. Just ever so briefly, and Councillor Ferrer too. Ever so briefly, through you to staff, looking at the motion, specifically for the timing of it, that for the original part, that all proposed locations be subject to fire and bylaw compliance review and sign off by the appropriate city officials prior to the execution of any related contract. Wondering about timing, that perhaps the service provider will find a building and need to do modifications to it to make it appropriate for the purposes of a said contract, but they don't have the money to do it until said contract is executed. So I just feel some concerns about the inspections, that they can't inspect the work to give the contract, and they can't do the work until they have the money from said contract. Just looking through you to staff for that. That one's just a process question. I'm just having some concerns with it.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So there is one property that's to be determined. I think what the organization is looking for is a commitment coming out of today's meeting that there would be a funding allocation set aside for them, which gives them the opportunity to go and seek an appropriate location. And I think they're aware of the context of the conversation today about where that location might be. But also, it would then require that whatever this location is, it is safe and suitable for the intended use. The other locations that are in this report are spaces that are used now and today. So the language being all proposed locations be subject to fire inspection or sign off. These organizations already have fire safety plans in place. The fire department does visit from time to time. Last year when we ran Boyle, we were using it for a very different purpose than what it's intended. And the fire department was very helpful in coming in, doing a walkthrough, giving us suggestions and recommendations. When we launched a micro-modular shelter site, which we have never done before, in a location that had never intended for that use, the fire department was very instrumental in the site plan design, doing walkthroughs, and making suggestions and recommendations around our fire safety plan. So yes, the timing may be complicated when you look at, we need a confirmation of funding so we can go find a confirmation of space. We need it to be a suitable space so we can execute that lease agreement. But here we are, and I think that's a reality we're gonna have to manage the best as we can. And then when all the agreements are executed, we would certainly bring all of those agreements forward at one time to committee.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm fine with part II, with the reports being public afterwards. I still have concerns about III, that if we pass it based on the public perception of what they think is going to happen, and what actually happens might be different, or that at that time when things are getting implemented, there could be changes in timeline and it might be a different council here, not sure of what parameters we set. So those are my main concerns about that, and just want to thank the service provider for watching in person today and joining us.
Great. And you said Councillor Hillier had his hand up, or no? Oh, okay. I didn't. Oh, David. Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, as I said, I'd like item 1 pulled separately because I believe it actually presents a timing problem as well, similar to what Councillor Pelosa was referencing on the fire inspection. So through you to staff, the last meeting of this council is October 14th, I believe. The new council does not meet again until late into November. So subjecting this to council approval, would that, from a timeline perspective, be a barrier to implementing this for the beginning of December?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. What the Deputy Mayor is highlighting is real-world challenges. So the way it's laid out, and to our understanding, and correct us if Civic Administration has this wrong, the organization would receive a decision today that there is funding that is allocated to them. They would then use that understanding that they have funding available to go and secure, to the best of their ability, a location. But that location that they find would need to come back to committee for it to be discussed and debated at committee and council, for council to agree on that location being the right location. Only then would we be able to then enter into an agreement to have the organization provide the service in that location. Noting we can't execute the agreement until there's been a fire inspection and any other applicable sign-off. When you look at it from that perspective of, here's the money, go find a location. If you find a location, we'll take it to council. If council okays the location, then we'll have fire and bylaw, and then we'll execute the agreement. It's going to create a real problem for the organization on when do you start to recruit staff? When do you start to train any new staff you may hire? When do you make sure that the space is suitable for occupancy? So long story long, absolutely this is going to push us well into the winter, and we tried our best to come to you before summer really kicked off so that we wouldn't be in this position.
Thank you, and that's my concern. We're talking about one location. We're talking about a 6-week window at the most for that location to not only be identified, but then come back through a committee and council cycle for approval, and assuming that it's not referred at council and committee because we want to look for a different location again, then we're talking at the earliest council could approve a location, being the new council on the 24th of November for a winter response that is supposed to start on December 1st. So I can't support part one. I think that our staff have demonstrated that they listen. I think we saw that with the micro-modular site when they came back with a location, that they will do their best to work with our service partners. But we do have limited options here, and we are also on a time crunch. And we have repeatedly heard from the public. We've had a discussion around this horseshoe. It's certainly been a discussion in the media in years past. Why is this not happening sooner? Why are we not opening beds until January? This proposal is to open beds in December, and a November 24th deadline for council approval is simply not enough time to do that. So I can't support section 1 of this. I do think that bringing back the public information on the contracts on an agenda, that's fine. It's just, to me, it's a transparency piece, that's fine. Working with the fire and bylaw compliance, I mean, we've heard Mr. Dickens say that would be part of the process anyway, so I'm okay with parts 2 and 3, but I need part 1 called separately because I don't believe that that is a realistic timeline for council to make approvals on a location.
I have Councillor Ferreira and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Yeah, I agree with Deputy Mayor on part 1, everything that he said there. You know, the location is definitely going to be, and always is, the biggest discussion point. It's not necessarily the money or the funds or the location or the source, it's the location of where the facility or where the service will be provided. So I'm not going to be voting for that, and I think that this will push us into a really tight crunch time and could lead to situations that may not be within our favor or within the city, the greater city's favor. So I'm going to be voting against part I. Part 2, it's the contracts, yeah. I think I agree as well. It's a transparency piece. I'll be supporting that. Part 3, now I do understand, especially from Councillor Pelosa's questions, that we already do this. So I feel like it's a little redundant because we do this. I've had these questions with staff prior in our past responses, and the staff have answered me that yes, we do this work. So I'm not going to be supporting that because that is already done, and I'm worried about the perception of the public that it may show that we haven't done this before, but this is exactly what we do. And then with Councillor Rahman's motion, like I said, I'm going to be supporting that. And I won't be moving my amendment now. I'm going to move it on the main motion. So, so those are my comments.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank the Ward Councillor's advocacy for her work in the community. But I won't be supporting the motion. I, in particular, the other 2 parts of it, I don't want to get into the weeds. I'm pretty sure we already do it. I'm satisfied with that. But being on the committee, when this winter response report came to us, I was so pleased that we were getting ahead of the curve a little bit when it came to making decisions for our winter response program. I think we've all seen this throughout the past number of years. We're always doing catch-up. We're always trying to make decisions as the snow starts to fall. So there is no way I'm going to get in the way of making decisions to move forward with our winter response program. And that's the main reason why I won't be supporting I. So if that could be pulled, and again, those are my comments.
Other speakers to the amended amendment. Councillor Trossau.
I'll make this short because through the chair, I'm going to repeat a lot of the things that others, including the deputy mayor, have said. Part 1, absolutely not. That will get in our way. Part 2, my sense is those are going to be available anyway, but sure, let's put that in there. Part 3, I'm going to not vote for because it suggests that, well, let me put this in the form of a question. We're enacting that all proposed locations be subject to fire and bylaw compliance review and sign off. Without this without this passing, without that clause passing, aren't these properties subject to such compliance and review anyway? And I hear, could somebody say yes?
No, we'll have staff respond to that.
Okay, I'm
directly.
sorry, they're just
Yeah.
shaking their heads and.
No, I'm going to have them respond if that's your request. Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, absolutely, that's accurate. It would apply to all premises in the City of London.
So this is clearly redundant, and I think it's also a little bit, it's calling into a question whether or not this is going to happen. It's not only redundant, but it suggests that it's necessary, and it's not. So I absolutely am not going to vote for 3. And I think with that, yeah, I'll support part 2, but I think this whole thing's pretty superfluous. But let's just get on with it, and I'm glad that the whole thing is moving along. It's taking a little longer than I would have liked, but all in all, I think some really good work has been done here under very difficult circumstances. So that's that. In terms of the Councilor Rahman's amendment that passed, is that, did I cover that? I already said I was supporting that. Is that a separate number, or is that under 2?
Okay, given what everybody said, Counselor, yes, it's part of the as amended motion, but all these pieces are going to be voted on separately now because pretty much everybody's asked to have them all pulled apart, so.
Oh, okay.
So,
That's it.
yeah.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay, other speakers? Okay, so, okay, so we're going to vote on these. We're going to vote on them in just order. I'm sorry, I, and IV. And we'll do them in that order. And then we'll just proceed with each of the votes individually. And then I'll need a mover, assuming one part passes for the as amended main motion, and we'll be back to that as amended. Okay, so we're going to open part I first for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 5 to 10. Sorry, motion fails 5 to 10.
It's like, that'd be a different way of doing things. It's, okay, so that one fails as an amendment. We're going on to II now.
Councilor Cuddy? I'm noting verbal vote of yes. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15 to 0.
Okay, and now I. We'll open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira?
Apologies, my e-scribe's not working. I vote no.
Verbal vote no is noted. Closing the vote, motion carries 10-5.
Okay, and now IV.
Cuddy votes yes.
Noted, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, I now need a mover for the as amended main motion. Councillor Rahman's willing to move it. Councillor Pelosi is willing to second it, which includes all the changes we made with the exception of I. Okay, we're back to the main motion, but it's as amended, so I will start a speakers list. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues. I know this has been long. But this is, you know, this impacts my ward dramatically. And when we had the issues on Richmond Street, those were dealt with. The issues on Dundas East are not being dealt with. And this isn't about, no one said anything about moving organizations who own property. I was very clear that we just not use taxpayer-funded money to provide the services there. I have never said that we as a council need to move charitable organizations who own property. It's about what we are doing here as a council, that we are funding what many in that area believe is a large part of the problem. It's not 24/7. You can't compare, we're comparing apples and oranges when we talk about different shelters. These are not 24/7 spaces. These are come and go, or they're just overnight and then out onto the street during the day, or it's just in for a meal and then out. So I need to confirm through you to staff, when we talk about warming spaces, are these tables and chairs where people are sitting and coming and going throughout the night, or are these mattresses or cots where people are sleeping, or does it vary based on location?
Okay. You whispered in my... Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. This is really more warming spaces, so tables, chairs, blankets, very similar to what we provided at Boyle, where we created space for people to come in. People will absolutely reshift their belongings and create makeshift sleep areas. But this is really more creating indoor space for people to come in out of the cold and stay warm throughout the night. And those that choose to sleep can, and those that don't are supported in other ways.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Those who choose to sleep at the table, is that what you mean?
Mr. Dickens.
Through your worship, yes, that's quite common. People come in quite exhausted and will often sit at a table, lay their head down, get some sleep, or some will curl up on the floor as they did in Boyle, finding a quiet spot wherever they can.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. So I just want to confirm then that the 30 spaces on Dundas Street, the 30, well, it's really the 30 on Dundas Street, I guess, because London Cares, I want to confirm that all those warming spaces then will not have cots or mattresses. It will be table and chairs. I think it was confirmed, but I'm just not sure.
Mr. Dickens.
Through your worship, apologies for not having every detail on what some of these spaces are going to be using at the end state based on what's proposed, but for example, one provider uses gravity chairs, zero gravity chairs, so folks can recline. Others will use, I don't know, normal chairs, like we did at Boyle. So it'll be a combination. We're not seeing any bed frames or anything set up like that. It's primarily some form of seating that folks can use to rest.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't mean to belabor it. At 696 Dundas, what I thought happened there were mattresses or cots. Is this going to be a change where 696 Dundas will no longer have the sleeping beds, if you call them? I mean, they're not beds here, but will they be, is this a change that now it will be table and chairs at that location?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Your Worship, the organization at 696 Dundas uses zero gravity chairs, and they may have like some nylon cots perhaps, like we have in our emergency response that we used at Chalk 2 years prior. I do not believe that that organization uses mattresses though. There's no mattresses.
Okay, thank you. So there's a bunch of problems that I have with this. And it is that, you know, in the very end of our term, we still have so many of these spaces within a very short distance. Many of them, all of the identified warming spaces are within a few block radius. They're not 24/7. They're going to be come and go, you know, people to get warm and then go back out again into the neighborhood and into the business district. The biggest concern that I have with this is that we're talking about multi-year budget proposals and about extending this in continuity. This has been very clearly stated to be unsustainable for that neighborhood. And when we look at these things, none of us want to see people outside in the cold, which is why I have supported those spaces in the past. But we have to address the issues in that area. And to be continuing to just say to one community, sorry, too bad, this, you know, this is the best we can do, is just unacceptable for many who live in that area and who are experiencing this on a day in, day out basis, many of whom are vulnerable themselves. We tried to do a good neighbor agreement that was just not even considered by these agencies. In fact, they saw it as some sort of an insult. And now we're talking about allowing illegal substances inside, into these neighborhoods, into these business districts. So I'm going to have trouble supporting a good portion of this. I do want to reiterate that the thing with the resting spaces, this was not about telling organizations they need to move. This was about respecting the wishes of the taxpayers to say, please don't do it on a business district, Main Street, where it competes with what this council has said that matters. And we're asking these property owners to pay a levy. And yet, what are we doing for them? We have core area vacancy issues, and yet we continue to move motions like this, now with multi-year budgets and continuity issues. So I'll be asking for some of these to be called separately.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor, I do have an amendment for E. I can read that if you like.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, so this is on part E, civic administration be directed to proceed with the preparation of a business case for the 2027 annual budget update for winter response funding for 2027 to 2028 and beyond. One slight addition is including but not limited to potential property acquisitions to accommodate future shelter locations outside of Ward 1 and 13.
Okay, just give me 1 second. All right, that's an e-scribe. I'll look for a seconder to that. I don't see a seconder for your motion, Counselor.
Okay, I'll use this time then for my comments. What I was suggesting with my amendment was in no way a prohibition. It was to my earlier point that we are not being presented with options outside of the 2 wards. That was also in keeping in mind that Ward 1 would then grow to accommodate OAV. That's why I said Ward 1 and 13, which do currently have all of our shelters. I would still hope that future councils would take that into consideration. I think it would have been appropriate for this council to have put some options in terms of property acquisitions on the table. We hear that time and time again from shelter providers. I think obviously the province has a role to play. I had earlier brought forward a motion to ask the province for more money for that. I do think the city, we have a role to play though in property acquisitions outside. I don't want to say the core area because I think it extends past the core area, but I do think that there are in the future 2 wards that will be predominantly impacted. In terms of what we have before us, I know last winter was very challenging. I think staff have done their best to create something that will serve us in the short term. But again, I am looking more to the future in terms of what a sustained shelter system will look like through the future winters. I think it's disappointing this council is not willing to consider other options because it leads me to believe that they would like to keep them in the same areas, which I don't think is particularly fair, but that's just my opinion. I think what's before us is the best that we can hope for right now. I will support it, but I do hope with future considerations, not just this council, next council, really do take the words of the wards that are being impacted seriously. They have done their part, and I think other wards need to step up. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I just want to take a quick moment to thank staff for getting this work done well ahead of winter. Most of the residents I speak with in my area, the main priority for them was making sure that people are inside over winter and making sure it's done well in advance so that we are not kind of scrambling around in November and December to lock up some spots. So I just want to say thank you. I've already heard from residents that they're really happy to see this being done in the summer. And I also am really happy we're moving away from a temperature-based approach to every single night from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. throughout the winter months. I think that it's really great that we don't have this threshold to try and meet because it did create some confusion. I also want to thank staff for working with agencies to increase the overall number of spaces for people to come inside. I think we saw, especially with the Boyle Community Center, that we were exceeding expectations, and unfortunately, until I see otherwise, I think we might be in a similar boat this winter. And just as well to our agencies, thank you very much for being a great member of our community and great partners to work with. We wouldn't be able to do this work without you, so I really appreciate the work that you do and that your staff do. And I think ultimately we can all agree that no one should have to sleep outside, especially in the winter, but until we have enough apartments and units for everybody across the city, unfortunately, sometimes we have to rely on emergency shelters and spaces. So again, appreciate the work that staff and our community partners are doing to bring this forward.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm going to start with the reason I didn't support or second that motion from Councillor McAllister is because I want to avoid any prescriptive language that could be regarded as a battle of the wards, because that is, I think, a big issue that we have. I don't want any battling of the wards. I just want everyone in the city to understand that this is a citywide issue. People are unhoused citywide, and we need all hands on deck. I've said this countless times, again and again. I know that many of us want to also have that all hands on deck approach, but I don't want to be prescriptive in a way that kind of really outlines the Ward 1, Ward 13. So that's why I didn't support that. But like I said, I am hearing here, you know, this impacts my ward significantly. We have issues that are, you know, in certain areas, and that there's a reality there. Now, I understand that, yes, Ward 1 has a YOU shelter. Ward 13 does as well. And I hear that Ward 4, currently as it is, has 696 location. Ward 13 has the Cronin Werner location. I'm not saying no to spaces in my ward. I have actually said yes to spaces in my ward because I understand that the crisis is the more people out on the street, the more suffering you have. The more suffering you have, the more people housed who are watching individuals out on the street are unhappy with the directions that they may foresee council making. So ultimately, if we bring people indoors, if we expand those services in that capacity, you will have less crisis and you will have less people coming to our emails, calling us on our phone, coming to us and saying, what are you doing when it comes to homelessness? What are you doing when it comes to the crisis that is very evident out on the street? So that's why I supported the notwithstanding motion. I did not support the original motion as it came to us a couple years ago because I knew what would happen, and it did transpire that way. More people were on the street, period. It was worse. And we could have made some decisions that would have made it less worse. So I like the direction we're going because that is going to set up the next council very well. When it comes to where the locations are, I don't want to be prescriptive, like I said. Now, I did make the argument already on the amendment to the amendment, or wherever that came through. And I said I was going to move a motion, and I am. Now, I don't want to say in Ward 1 or Ward 13. And I don't want to say within a 2-mile radius of an existing location. All I want to say is to give explicit instructions to staff to say, consider this. Consider citywide. Now, I know staff do that already. But I want to have that language there so that when you are speaking with your teams, you have it up on the whiteboard saying, this is an explicit direction from council. So I have a motion, an amendment, that I have already sent to the clerk to have clerked up. And I want to move that. And I can read it if you want me to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And I wrote this on the fly. And I know I always criticize doing that, but I'm sorry, I had to. That the motion be amended to add a new part that reads as follows. Priority be given to locations citywide rather than being limited to locations where current services exist, and that all required actions to implement this direction be considered and recommended when reporting back to council.
Okay. I'll look to see if there's a seconder for that. Okay, I don't see a seconder, Counselor.
It's unfortunate. I thought this council was making the discussion that we want these services citywide. So I know this council has made decisions to shut down services in certain locations without the decisions to see what happens then. I don't understand. We have a direction that I have seen coming time and time again to shut down services, put people back out on the street, make things worse, get the city completely divided. But when a direction comes to say, look citywide, see what we can do, we don't. That's telling. So I would like council to just consider that. Because things won't get better unless we have all hands on deck in the city.
Okay, other speakers to the main motion? Oh. Yes, we've had some requests to pull some things a little bit separately. So I'm going to speak to give the clerk time to do that. So I'll turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll assume the chair, and please go ahead.
So I'll say a couple of things. One, just through the presiding officer, Councilor Ferreira, I know you didn't get support on your amendment. I think when you had in your comments said, consider options citywide, I think you probably would have got more support, but you actually put in your motion prioritize, which is a more definitive decision to say we're going to exclude possible locations. I think in in the search for space, we've got to be as open as possible to locations, including locations across the city, which is as it would stand now and how staff would look at it. There's a couple of things through the debate that wasn't mentioned. First, I want to say thank you to the federal government for making the decision and executing the new program that allowed for $2.5 million to come to the City of London, 2.1 million of which, with part of this motion, is being allocated to support the winter response. This is something that we cannot do on the backs of taxpayers in the City of London, and we require levels of government who have the capacity and responsibility for this issue to chip in and do their part. And so I want to recognize and thank those who helped advocate, including our local MPs, Fragiskatos and Kayabaga. I want to thank my fellow mayoral colleagues who advocated vigorously at multiple sessions and give specific credit to the Mayor of Montreal on this issue, who advocated for the renewal of this funding, and then, of course, for it to flow in time for municipalities that actually utilize it in and before the winter period as one of the options. So those two pieces. At the end of the day, I echoed the comments that were made. I've heard the same thing from members of the public. They want to see these spaces dealt with well in advance of winter so that there's clear expectations of what is happening to bring people indoors through the coldest months. I think I want to also thank our staff for the work they did in pulling this together. I want to thank the service agencies and partners because essentially we don't have spaces if people don't step up, and then we are using things like community centers. So for those who said they could provide spaces in their spaces or across the city or in any of the locations that they've offered, thank you for doing so. That takes pressure off of us to continue to provide community services and community centers rather than converting those into winter responses when we don't have the capacity to meet the demand across the system. So this is a good plan that brings people indoors. I'll remind you, when we bring people indoors, we have the ability in those times to connect them with services, to help them make their lives better, whether those are people with mental health and addiction issues, people looking to connect with employment or housing, having people in spaces where we've got people who know how to help them when they can connect with individuals and talk with people. That is always a good thing for addressing people who are unsheltered in our community or facing significant housing challenges. Finally, I do want to thank our staff for the incredible work they did with the last winter response. We used a community center. We had an expectation that we'd use it for maybe 5 to 10 days. We used it for way more than that. Staff volunteered, they went above and beyond, and I wanted to recognize that as we approve this next iteration of winter response, the tremendous amount of volunteering and commitment that our staff did to make the last winter response work through very difficult conditions and a very long stretch of cold days through the winter. I think this is a better plan because of the consistency through the winter. We won't be ramping up and down, but I recognize last year was difficult, but it worked because both providers and our city and our municipal staff made it work. And to the residents of the areas that were impacted by the use of the community centers, we also thank them. We know that was definitely an inconvenience when you can't do all the programming you expect in your local community center. We certainly heard your concerns last year, and we have a winter response plan that does not use those spaces in the same way. So with that, I'll be supporting the motion before.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will return the chair to you, and I have only myself on the speaker's list.
Well, you go ahead then.
Thank you. So I'm going to be supporting the motion, but I think it's important to also set the record straight on some of what we heard today. Since the term of this council began, we have more overnight beds in our city than we've ever had. We've heard a lot about cuts. We have reallocated resources to other things. But we actually have more overnight beds, whether it's Cronin Warner, whether it's the Atlosa and YOU hubs, whether it is the modular shelters out at Cheese Factory Road, whether it's the new Heart Hub that was the result of a lot of advocacy with the province after we essentially provided them the blueprint for a hub. This council has added beds and capacity to the system. It is unfortunate that we have policies from the senior levels of government that continue to put people into homelessness. And I know Ms. Moss is in the gallery. I heard her on the Craig Needles podcast not long ago, referencing as much as we are fishing people out of the water and trying to get them dried and helped out, upstream, more people are being pushed into the river, and that analogy is true. So yes, there is still a lot of homelessness in the city, but it is not from lack of effort from our service providers or from this council to address the problem. In fact, Your Worship, you referenced at your State of the City address that through this term of council, there are 1,500 fewer people on the streets because through this 4-year term, they have been moved through systems, whether it's through the Cronin Warner beds, whether it's through Help at London Cares, whether it's through Help at the Salvation Army. They've been moved through the system and they are no longer on the street. They might be in an Indwell site, which we have added 3 locations during this term of council to. They might be at the new Homes Unlimited buildings that we've opened on Pond Mills Road or over on Dufferin Ave through an office to residential conversion. But there is more support and more spaces than there have ever been in our city. So we haven't been cutting spaces. We may not agree on the allocations. And that's okay, that's part of the process, and that's why we have debate, and that's why we vote on things. But it's not factually true to say we have cut services. We have actually increased services over the last 4 years. So I will be supporting the main motion before us. Is it perfect? No. Would I like other options? Yes. But we also experienced less than a year ago tasking our staff with standing up a micro-modular site that when we gave them all the criteria we wanted, there was not really anything to choose from. They came back to us with one site because that was the only one that they had available that was in our ownership that could match the criteria we had set out. So I think there has been a demonstrated desire. I think the hubs right now are both located, I think they're on a dividing line, so they might be in Ward 12 or Ward 14, and I apologize to the 2 ward councillors for not knowing exactly where the dividing line is. Councillor Frank has a new Indwell building in her ward. These are things that are happening around the city, and so I think we need to be mindful of that when we speak to these sorts of motions. It's not perfect, but we have to work with what we've had, and we as a council collectively have made progress on this issue. The fact that we are talking about winter response in August this year rather than October, I think continues to demonstrate that this is an issue that while we may have disagreements about particulars on, every single one of us around this horseshoe cares about.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I know I mentioned it already during the meeting, but during the CAPS meeting, but I just want to reiterate one more time, and Mayor already said it as well. Great thank you to our staff for last winter. And I visited the place 3 times and how our staff came together. And I'm talking about management, middle height, executive management staff, line level staff. Everyone came together and it was absolutely amazing how our staff helped our community. I mentioned this one as well before. All the initiatives that we've introduced, I've been talking to some other municipalities, and certainly not just in Canada, outside. And everyone is telling me that based on our funding model, doesn't matter if it's provincial or federal or municipal, the way they decide, they honestly don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they say it's going to be a deja vu for staff and the organizations all the time. Because the funding, there was one of my fellow councillors said it's not really about money and about the funding. It is. That's all it's about, actually. That's the number one thing. Because we have the know-how, we know what we want to do, we could deliver it, doesn't matter. If you look at our spectrum of housing, it's absolutely great. Guess what? We don't have the funding, we don't have the money. But there's the thing that if the higher levels of government don't come with a sustainable model, with a long-term vision, I truly believe that this council will have to come with a multi-year budget, which will include this. Because right now, this is the most expensive, most non-proactive way how we are addressing it as a council, as a staff, as the agencies. But guess what? None of us want to do that. None of us. We want to have a perfect vision. We want to see where we want to be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But guess what? We don't have the money funding and we don't have the commitments. But thank you. Totally agree with Deputy Mayor, what he stated. Are we where we are? Am I glad improving this winter response? Of course I'm not. I want something with a bigger vision, more beds, more sustainable. But based on the funding model we have, and we can always be better, everyone can always be better, but I really see that we moved it forward. Forward as much as I would like to, not. But again, I'm not gonna repeat what I already said. Thank you again.
Okay, so any other speakers first? Okay, we're going to separate this as has been requested. I have So I've had councilor request to do D, part 3, and E separate. So D part I, and E separate of the main motion. That was Councilor Stevenson asked for that. I don't have anybody asking to do anything else separate, so unless, yeah?
I asked for IV, but maybe it's changed. Okay.
Yeah, it's incorporated now. You'll see it when we put it up, but the clerk took what you asked for in the email and put it together. So that'll be done first. I just need to know if anybody else wants it. Then we'll do everything else after. No one has any other way they want to do it? Okay, good. We'll proceed that way. So if you're in eScribe, we're going to be doing vote 11, which is just those pieces, and then we'll do the remainder of them. Okay? Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 14-1.
Okay, and now we're going to do the remainder of the motion. We'll open that for voting.
Councilor Trosso. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Okay, I know the next one probably gets debated a bit. It's been 2.5 hours. I wonder if colleagues want to take a 10-minute break at this point. Councilor Ferrer, you want to move 10? Or people going to vote against it because it's not 15? Like,
Yeah, I would think we should amend that to 15.
Okay,
Let's be honest,
15?
by the time we get upstairs and back down,
Sure.
we're never back in 10.
Okay. Motion to take a break for 15 minutes, moved by Councilor Ferrer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Let's do it by hand. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Motion carries.
Okay, we'll do 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. We're back to Councillor Rahman to continue with that committee's report.
Thank you. I'd like to put item 4, 2.3, Housing Stability Services Procurement and Delivery Framework, Emergency Shelter Guidelines 2011 versus 2026, comparative analysis on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor for discussion. I'll look for speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I circulated an amendment for this one as well. That the motion be amended to add a new part that reads as follows. D, the civic administration be directed to amend the emergency shelter guidelines as appended to the above noted staff report as Appendix A. To I, remove any provision that permits illegal substances to be brought into or possessed within emergency shelter locations. And II, remove any provision that prohibits the discharge of or service restrictions being imposed on an individual for the use of illegal substances within an emergency shelter location. And III, ensure that the current version of the emergency shelter guidelines is made publicly available on the City of London's website and maintained thereon for an ongoing basis.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hillier is willing to second it. Okay, so we can start discussion on the amendment. It should be in eScribe and available for colleagues to read. Would you like to go ahead and speak?
I'll wait and go after my colleagues.
Any speakers to this? Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I listened to the committee discussion on this. I know they went through a lot of things. I think the question that still is on my mind, and I think this was brought up at committee as well, but I just still don't understand in terms of enforcement how this would be enforced. My understanding from what was discussed at committee was, shelter staff do not have search and seizure powers, and so I'm just wondering if staff can maybe add anything further to that, or if this is something in terms of the police having to deal with illegal substances, because my understanding that they do not have the power to do any of this. So if staff could comment.
Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, that is correct. This would be very difficult to enforce. I think the delegation submission as part of the CAPS agenda was really clear. This community has had several policies in place for emergency shelters long before some of my colleagues and I were here, and the same issues were persistent when there was a prohibition as there is now under a harm reduction framework. And as we point out in the report, we're simply just trying to modernize our guidelines to reflect that what is in your pocket is not the sole grounds for being denied entry to an emergency shelter bed in one of our low barrier emergency shelters. Shelter providers still have the ability to remove someone from the building, to put in service restrictions, and it's looking at the whole experience. So a person comes in, and if they are trafficking or using or disruptive, or there's behavioral issues, absolutely that shelter provider has a responsibility to keep the place safe, and they may lay service restrictions, and they may ask that person to leave. That is what happens now, and I assume that's what would happen going forward.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, through the mayor. And yeah, that was my understanding. I did some research on this as well, and I know a number of municipalities struggle with it. And whether you explicitly say not allowed or you allow, their response is essentially the same, where they do have to call police services in to manage it. I would imagine that would be the same thing with any sort of like weapons charges. There'd be a number of issues, not just illicit substances. But my understanding is that the way of dealing with this would be through the police. I understand in terms of what the councillor's trying to achieve here, but I don't think it matters one way or the other. I think enforcement is going to be handled by the same service regardless of what you have in your policy, because the laws would supersede any shelter policy depending on what they're dealing with in that situation, is my understanding. So with that in mind, I think updating this policy is appropriate. I do think regardless of what you have written, you're still going to have those challenges. And I understand in terms of where the shelter staff are coming from, that this is not a task that they're feel comfortable to handle or can actually enforce. So with that, I'll leave my comments there. But curious to hear what other colleagues have to say, because I know there was a lengthy debate at committee as well.
Okay, other colleagues? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble and then Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Very similar to what Councilor McAllister said. I love what's in front of us, what's proposed, but it's actually based on the city, province we live. Unfortunately, legally, we are not able to do it. So this, I love it. As I said at the committee meeting, when I discussed it with some other jurisdiction outside this country, they said absolutely they would support it, they would not allow this. Having said that, they have the tools how to address it right at the entrance with private security guards, with actually even metal detectors so the weapons don't go into places. They have it at every virtual place, and they have actually the tools and they have the teeth to actually implement it and to make such decisions. We don't. And based on that, I will not be supporting it. We had things before that we were discussing in other areas, and we said, great idea, but we actually cannot act on it. And I feel that this is the same way. If I hear otherwise, that we can, I would be willing to change my mind. But as I said, I addressed it with various people, organizations in our city and in our province, and I always got the same answer. There's nothing you can do about it, and even if you put this forward, you won't be able to act on it. Having said that, speaking with the agencies, the individuals can enter, but if they do use it, they do act on it. So it's not kind of like it's a green light, go ahead to do this. No, that's not the case. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. We did have a long discussion about this at committee. I'm bringing this forward because it's illegal. And so we have a sentence that says allowed illegal substances. I could not find that in any other city's guidelines. Many of the other stuff we have in our guidelines I saw, but not a sentence that allows illegal substances. That's what I'm asking to be removed here. I'm not even saying go back to the prohibition of 2011. I'm saying how about we just not say that they're allowed to bring in illegal substances? We'll let staff work that out. The guidelines can be published. It already says there that they can make amendments and changes, so maybe they can find another way to address this without this council endorsing guidelines that allow illegal substances. I know for me, we heard what the agency said, we understand the concerns. There's always a straw man argument put out there like, oh, so who's gonna strip search them to make sure that there's nothing in there? There's a far cry between that and saying they're allowed. So I feel strongly that I need to bring this forward. I heard what the agencies had to say. It certainly wasn't all of the agencies. Through you to staff, did Mission Services and Salvation Army, have they both explicitly said that they support this change?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the consultation sessions that were developed and carried out in result of creating these shelter guidelines did include all the organizations that were offering shelter services. We've connected with those organizations that you've mentioned. They offer unique programs within those spaces that are recovery-oriented programs. These guidelines do make provision for the nuances that come with a recovery-oriented program, the low-barrier emergency shelters that we're talking about in consultation with the other shelter operators, including those organizations. Like this would align with the harm reduction practices that they do have in their shelters.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. And through you, the emergency room at the hospital, do they make allowances like this as well, given that they deal with a lot of the same clientele?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I think I should point out that that is well beyond our jurisdiction here as municipal staff to comment on the hospital. That's better answered by the hospital.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that it's just the same premise that services are needed by a particular clientele. My understand, to me, it would be useful to know if they were doing that at the hospitals. Our code of conduct says that we are supposed to uphold both the letter and the spirit of federal and provincial laws. So again, endorsing this policy that allows illegal drug use or illegal substances to be brought inside is a concern to me. I'm representing the residents in my ward, and I've heard very clearly from them that they don't support this, that they do not want illegal substances to be explicitly allowed inside taxpayer-funded shelters anywhere in the city, particularly not in the neighborhood that they live in. I've also heard concerns, there was a letter submitted by the OEV-BIA executive director with a lot of various questions and concerns in here around insurance, possibility of insurance, possibility of legal liability potentially, or workplace and safety regulations. Through you to staff, has that exhaustively been explored in terms of, will there be insurance, no general insurance liability concerns for these agencies with the change in policy, workplace safety, no concerns there? And I don't know if we need to go into closed for legal, but I would want to know if something were to happen, would we be legally liable for the change?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, your worship, very fair question. We did see the communication on the council agenda, and we have lots of responses to it if needed. These organizations have been operating in this way now. I want to make it clear, the inclusion of the language harm reduction or removing the piece of a suspicion of substance use or possession of substances is a requirement to deny you entry to a shelter, is not suddenly introducing this activity to our community. These organizations that currently operate this way all have board of governors, board of directors. They all have their own independent legal advice, and they all have their own independent insurance. If this had been a problem up to this point, it would have been flagged in the consultations by their boards or by their leadership teams, or it would have been a practice they had not been carrying out up until this point.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I understand that many people want the laws to be different than they are, but the laws are what they are. And this is a sentence that clearly states that we're allowing illegal substances without setting parameters on other illegal activity. As I said, representing the residents in my ward, I just can't support having that in there, which is why I bring forward this motion for council to consider what their residents, how they would want them to vote on this amendment. The publishing of the guidelines, I think, is really important because we delegate the authority to make changes. So I think having that accessible for anybody to be able to look at is really important. And the other one is about
30 seconds.
Discharging, restricting, not being able to discharge people or do service restrictions for people who actually use the illegal substances inside, which is still prohibited. That is a concern for me as well. And I wonder too if, there's many other statements in there that say people can't be discharged or service restrictions just because they have a substance use disorder. That all makes sense. But to say that they can't do it if people use inside has at least the perception that there's no consequences if they do.
Your time is up. Councillor Frank and then Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you. First off, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for bringing this forward. I think it's good for us to have a framework that accurately reflects what is happening within our shelter guidelines and to have it updated to 2026. I think that's good, again, for the community to know what our standards are and what's the expectation and what's going on, and to, again, reflect what is currently happening within our services. I do want to flag that it's my understanding it's not illegal for someone to enter a facility, and for this specific example, a shelter provider, if they're under the influence or if they have drugs in their body. So I hear there's some discussion about whether or not, we're following legislation, but it's not illegal for someone to enter that building. Additionally, it's my understanding that shelters also have human rights considerations, and as addiction is protected as a disability under the Ontario Human Rights Code, forced shelter providers to deny people access to their services because they might have an addiction actually puts that at jeopardy as well, and I don't think that we want to have any claims about not being able to accommodate disabilities within our community. So again, just want to say thank you to staff for updating these guidelines, and I think they'll be, despite some folks not perhaps agreeing with a harm reduction approach, I think they'll be helpful for the community to understand what staff are doing and what our providers are doing as well.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Question for staff. Mr. Dickens, do we have any information on if this is an ongoing problem or it's isolated cases where people are consuming drugs while they're in the shelters? Because if it's not, it may be, if it's isolated, maybe it's a tempest in a teapot and it's something we really don't need to be concerned with. But if it is more than that, perhaps it is something we need to discuss. Thank you.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, I would adventure to say that this is a problem that's widespread across the province. Emergency shelters from Niagara through Northern Ontario, especially Northern Ontario, are dealing with these same challenges, trying to manage a drug crisis. And I want to make sure I'm very clear. Organizations can discharge people. They can restrict people for a number of reasons. It's just coming in with suspected possession of drugs or under the influence would not be the sole grounds. If that person, again, is trafficking or disruptive or using, it may lead to a discharge, it may lead to service restrictions. What we're really trying to ask service providers to do, which they are essentially doing now, is we want to create a point of intervention to provide someone a therapeutic path to recovery. And we can't do that if we keep locking the doors on them and asking them not to come in because they have an active addiction. If we can get them in the door, we can work with them. And if they're under the influence, shelter providers can try to provide them a safe space and try to work with them time and time again to get to that point where we can make referrals, as it talks about in our report, referrals to therapeutic services and recovery services and addiction and mental health services. We want to get people on a path to recovery. We talk about the drug problems. We're really focusing at the front door of an emergency shelter as being the pain point in a community that has a drug crisis. It would be great to stem the flow of drugs into our community. The police would be a great resource to do that, or to stem the trafficking activity that happens within our community upstream versus just focusing on someone looking for a place to sleep. So to answer your question, this is a very pervasive problem, not just in London, across Ontario, across Canada, regardless of what policy is in place.
Go ahead, Councillor. You good? Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Yeah, I know we've got the amendment in front of us, so I'll speak to the amendment and I'll make my comments to the main motion. I won't be supporting the amendment, even though I do appreciate the conversation here. I do want to say, though, first of all, thanks to staff for modernizing our guidelines. I think that is what we needed to do here. I really do appreciate the focus being more on housing focused, getting people into places. And I want to thank the agencies. I know we had a delegation at committee from Unity Project. It was them sharing their experience. And one of the things I got out of that delegation was the understanding that compassion and the ability to still be accountable, I think that is where the focus is going, and I get that. There needs to be still accountability, but we can still do it with compassion. And my third point, while I'm standing, I just want to say the challenges that we have as a municipality, as much as we can update our guidelines, modernize, the need for funding from the provincial government. I think when it comes to not only mental health, but addiction supports, the other part is the affordability. We see it in our guidelines. We want people in places. We need these buildings built, and the operational dollars that go with that to make them successful. So many thanks to staff.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you to staff. I'm just wondering if I can get some answers on the amendment. For part I, I'm just wanting to clarify how staff interpret this.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship, this would actually read differently from what we're proposing in the current shelter guidelines that are before you. We're proposing that if clients do have possession or substances in their possession at the time of their intake, that they are not to be immediately denied access to the shelter. This particular phrase reads kind of almost conversely to that, that if they do have any substances in their possession during the time of the intake, that they would be prohibited from accessing shelter, which would be in contravention to what we're proposing and to the research behind harm reduction policies.
Thank you, and through you, then my question is for the chair. This motion then appears to be contrary to what was brought forward by the committee.
Okay, give me a sec. Okay, Councillor, let me just do a ruling on this. So I understand your question about within the shelter guidelines, the counselor's direction may be counter to some of the pieces within the guidelines. The motion that's before us is ABC, update the emergency shelter guidelines as appended, direct them to implement the guidelines, be authorized to make further administrative updates. In the motion to amend, it needs to not propose a direct negative to the main motion. Given the main piece of this is to implement the guidelines, I don't see it as counter to make some adjustments to the internal proceedings of the guidelines in the document, even if it's something that may be different. So I think it's probably important for council to have this debate and have clarity on the components of the guidelines. And so I would rule that the amendment can stand based on the components of the main motion before us. But I would recognize that this is a different direction than what staff put in the emergency guidelines, and council could amend it to take a different direction. So I'm happy to be challenged on that if someone feels they should, but I'm gonna allow the motion to proceed.
Thank you, and through you, and I do feel it's an important discussion, and so I'm not going to challenge the chair on it, but I will say that I think what is interpreted versus what is written is two different things. I read this as asking that the guideline be silent on the matter, and so if it's an issue of being silent, I could be supportive of it being silent. But if it's interpreted as now no longer, the 2011 version now, then I have a different opinion. So that's what I'm trying to understand and make my decision on. And so I read this as remove what's in the 2026 guideline, but don't go back to the 2011. Is that fair?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if it's as clean cut as what we're hoping for here. We're trying to talk about admissions into an emergency shelter, and this is focusing on possession of illegal drugs. And if we're silent on it, I worry that every shelter provider is going to have a different interpretation of it. And we might run afoul of inconsistencies or discrepancies and be right back before you about why everyone's doing it differently. And so I wish I had a more clear answer, but this seems to focus more on permitting illegal substances when we're talking about grounds and requirements for bringing people indoors and admitting them into a bed.
Okay, thank you. I will mull that over. For part two, I'm just wondering, again, how does staff interpret this? Because again, from a human rights perspective, this reads differently for me than perhaps some of the other guidelines around, some of the other things in the guidelines around restricting access. I need some clarity on how this is being interpreted.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, this would again speak to that admission piece, that we're making it clear to shelter operators that when it comes to admission, that based on the fact that someone may have substances in their possession, potentially for substance use disorder or managing withdrawal symptoms, as it was mentioned earlier, a potential disability that's code protected, we're making it clear to shelter operators that that alone isn't necessarily grounds for denial to the shelter. And the way we have it currently worded in the shelter guidelines would provide clarity to that section. This particular phrase that we're looking at would just lead to the other point that we spoke about with ambiguity for shelter operators.
Councilor Rahman.
Okay, thank you. And through you, I think I'll listen to the rest of the discussion, but I'm hoping that these can all be called separately.
Okay. Other speakers to this matter? Okay, now I have some questions, so I'm going to turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will take the chair, and please go ahead.
Yes, so just, I want to go off of what Councillor Rahman said, because I'm still a little unclear on the question. But my question is more about part two. Part two seems to suggest that within the guidelines, that there's no ability to discharge for use. And my reading of the guidelines was that that's not the case. You can discharge for using. My conversation with some of the shelter providers is they do that. And so part two doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I believe it's already possible within the guidelines. I think there is a line in there about, try to help the person first, perhaps connect them with services or something rather than discharge right away. I know some providers have that right in, but just some clarification on what is actually happening. If someone uses in a shelter, can they be discharged by the provider?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Yes, they can be. They can be discharged. What this is updating is to recognize the prevalence and the number of occurrences in which that can happen in daily life. You would spend all day discharging people and no time supporting people. And that's a wide generalization and broad stroke just to give you some context of the scale of the problem that's affecting shelters across Ontario. What we are saying is you can still discharge a person, absolutely. And if there's reason to discharge a person, we expect that it's well documented, that it has come from every attempt to support that person first. And again, the more that shelter providers can engage with a person in that moment, provide them pathways to better options, better supports, the better we are off as a community, and that person is better off. Whereas discharging at the first sight of a suspected addiction or someone who may be under the influence, if they're posing no harm to anyone, would be, in our minds, a little bit callous to discharge them out to the streets when they're posing no harm. So we're asking folks, that can't be the sole criteria that you're asked to leave a shelter. You could be discharged. Again, if you're showing up and you're trafficking and you're disruptive and you're violent and there's concerns and you're using repeatedly, you're going to be asked to leave. However, if you're in the door and you're in the building and you're under the influence, we want staff to safely engage with you. And if it's a repeated occurrence, they better be putting safety plans in place, care plans in place, start talking about referral pathways. In the addictions world, folks need to be at least pre-contemplative that they want help. And so when they're in our care or in the care of a shelter provider, we want to get them to that state where they start to contemplate the idea that they might want help. And we do that best if they're permitted in to have a spot to sleep, than if we tell them to go away. That is what this guidelines is trying to communicate. We're here to help people. We want to help as many people as possible. And asking them to leave at the first sight of an addiction is not conducive to doing that.
Councillor Stevenson.
This amendment is very clear about its substance use inside the shelter. So this, there's all kinds of stuff in it that talks about people have substance use, you can't be discharged for that reason, all that kind of stuff. I'm not touching that. This is one sentence, and I can tell you it's on page 176, or the bottom of page 44 within the shelter guidelines, and it says, emergency shelter providers will not discharge participants or impose service restrictions based on substance use on or off-site. I didn't even put the off-site into this. I just don't want to restrict the discharge or service restrictions for somebody using those illegal substances inside the taxpayer-funded shelter. All of the other stuff that's being mentioned here is part of the guidelines, and I'm not touching that at all.
Okay, Councillor. I know you said point of whatever. I'm going to rule that as a point of personal privilege, not as a point of order, because it's not a procedural matter. You're calling a point of personal privilege because you believe that your intent was being misrepresented, and so I'm going to rule that as a point of personal privilege. You have made your statement to correct your intention, so I'm going to deem that dealt with. And I'm going to return to Mayor Morgan.
Okay, appreciate that. So I'm going to say a few things on this. So first, I did take the time to speak to all the shelter providers. Pretty easy to give them a call and ask them some questions about how they operate currently and their engagement on the guidelines and whether or not they're supportive of them. And the answer that I got was yes, it is how they operate today. One of the interesting things that came up in my discussions with them was the challenge with being silent on letting someone know that they can come in the door if there's someone who uses. Gets away from the opportunity to intervene in those individuals' lives. The Salvation Army, for example, co-locate services. They have low barrier shelter services, but they also have withdrawal management, a recovery community center, and they have the Heart Hub. And my discussion with them was they see the low barrier shelter as an entry point into connecting people with services. So sometimes people do have a drug addiction. They will come in the doors. They may be a user, and then they intervene with them. In some cases, that person decides to go into the withdrawal management program. In some cases, it works for them. In some cases, they don't, and they might return to low barrier shelter. In some cases, they connect into the recovery center because they progressed along through the withdrawal program. In some cases, they may be connected with the Heart Hub. There are some abstinence-based programs working alongside other programs to try to bring people in the doors and capture them. The problem that, that the challenge with this motion is, I totally understand the councillor's intent. It's a politically challenging motion because it's really easy to box it into a space and say this is what we're doing. But the consequences I'm concerned about. If we don't, particularly on if we don't let people know that they can come in and get help, and if we can't engage with them, there's probably going to be more people out on the street. Like more people who will just, you know what, I'm not going to show up to the shelter. Less people to intervene with. These are the concerns that I heard from some of the shelter providers. They want to engage with people. They want to try to connect them with services. Some people are ready for that. Some people aren't. To the residents in the area who might not be supportive of the guidelines, if people don't feel they can go indoors into a shelter, they're going to stay outdoors in parks and doorways and on the street. And I think ultimately we want is to connect people with services. I think we're relatively, on the same page on that. It's part of the reason why, the calls for the province to invest in more, voluntary treatment services to be available so that when people are ready, they don't have to wait for a long period, that they could have that. Like the challenge is we don't have some of those referral points. So people are going to be indoors or they're going to be outdoors. They're going to be connected with people or they're not. We have some challenges here. So it's very difficult to figure out, what to do with all the parts of this motion because, again, I think there are the actual practices that the shelters are doing. We don't want to create through, we don't want to create the perception that people shouldn't be coming and asking for help, coming indoors, getting emergency shelter, protecting themselves from all elements or whatever else, sleeping outdoors, all the things that emergency shelter provides them with because they may have a possessive substance on them. If they're trafficking, if they're doing the things that Mr. Dickens said, yeah, for sure they should be considered to be banned, right? You've got to protect the other people in the shelter. But for me, I have a challenge with because I don't want to give people the impression that they can't get help when they need it. And if they need to come indoors to get help, because they need to be in a shelter, and then we can connect them with services, I'd rather them be there than out on the streets. So the other pieces I'm thinking about, I want to hear colleagues' thoughts on, but I think is moving in the wrong direction because I think it leaves people outdoors.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan, and that was right on your time. I will return the chair to you. I don't have any other speakers at the moment, but I'm happy to put my own name on the speakers list because I have a question now resulting from some other comments.
Sure. Well, you know what? Then you're on the list and you can go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to focus. I was interested in what Councillor Rahman said about remaining silent on some things, and I heard Mr. Dickens' answer. But I do wonder why we couldn't allow different emergency shelter providers to have different guidelines. So if a service provider, and I'm not saying that they want to do this, but you know, I'm going to use the ARC as an example because Ms. Campbell's in my line of sight here. So let's say the ARC wanted to say the first, you know, the beds at Bishop Cronin were zero tolerance for illegal substances, but the emergency beds, they sometimes set up in the basement, they're more flexible on, or at 696 Dundas, they're more flexible on. Why could we not allow shelter providers to choose their own approach to this and then simply have them communicate that to us as part of their contract and list these are the shelters that allow possession, these are the shelters that are zero tolerance for possession?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. It's a fair question. These guidelines are meant to apply to low-barrier emergency shelters. And so we have recovery services. The mayor just highlighted a couple through Mission Services, Salvation Army. And your example would prove to be another one where you would have the low-barrier emergency shelters following these guidelines. And there may be other recovery-oriented programs that would follow whatever their mandated service would be. So it is possible, but we were looking if the ARC were to be contracted and said, I want to be an emergency shelter, we would ask them to follow the emergency shelter guidelines.
Go ahead.
So I wonder, and Mr. Dickens will know the individual that I'm referring to because we've both interacted with that individual over the years. But I've certainly heard from an outspoken Londoner who's experienced homelessness that one of the reasons she didn't access shelter services is because she didn't want to be around users. She wanted an emergency shelter bed that was in an abstinence-based location. And instead, her choices ended up being things like couch surfing in less than ideal circumstances, and perhaps potentially exposing to some intimate partner violence in a couple of cases. And so this is where I struggle because I don't know why we couldn't have both. Prohibited spaces and spaces where we're not going to prohibit. And I don't know if there's anything that's related to you know, our own requirements with the province of Ontario or anything else that staff can provide as to why we can't have some of both. And that's presuming that a shelter operator wants to do that. Perhaps all of our shelter operators in the city are fine with this, but if we had one that wanted to provide an abstinence-based space so that those who don't want to be exposed to users can feel safe, how would that agency even approach us?
Mr. Dickens.
Absolutely, through your worship, absolutely. That would be done through our procurement framework when we go to procure the shelter system. So often it can be, deterrent could be the funding that's required. So you go abstinence-based shelter, you often require detox services. Often those type of abstinence-based or recovery-based shelters come with medical staff. So there is a cost prohibition there that can factor into this. But when we go to procure the shelter system, if council says we want a mix of abstinence-based and low barrier, or we want all recovery-based, we can do that work through the procurement process and come back and show you what the various models would cost and what that would look like.
So I guess to perhaps frame my question a little more tightly, under these guidelines, if we had a service provider approach us and say, I've read your guidelines, I'd be interested in being a provider, but I don't want to allow any possession in our space. Like, I want to know from our staff if a provider could come forward themselves, rather than it being part of a procurement thing that we do, and say, we want to offer this. It's our choice. We want to offer it as an abstinence-based space for emergency shelter. Would staff then bring that forward to us as an option to consider voluntarily, or with these guidelines in place, would our procurement process automatically preclude them from being a potential tender for shelter spaces?
Through your worship, yes, if a provider did want to offer a recovery-based, abstinence-based program, these guidelines wouldn't apply to them. This is for emergency shelter, low-barrier programs. Programs that are outside of that aren't specifically spoken to in these guidelines, and that would be considered through their contract process. If they were deciding to run a recovery-based program, would build specific parameters within their contract.
I'm sorry, I'm not asking about recovery-based. We have homeless folks who are not drug users out on our streets who do not want to be in the same space as those using drugs. So the question is not about recovery-based programs, it's not about detox, it's about what if a provider came forward and said, I want to provide emergency shelter beds, but I will only take folks off the street who are not currently using. And would they then be able, under these guidelines, to apply?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, those would not be low barrier emergency shelter programs. The premise behind a low barrier program is that for folks that are not in a pre-contemplative stage to decide about substance or any life circumstances, that we limit the amount of barriers that prevent them from coming indoors. And so the guidelines are presented in a way that they can come inside provided that they contribute to a safe space. If there are exclusionary criteria or things that people have to meet to enter the doors, then that wouldn't be a low barrier program. And this guideline is specifically speaking solely to low barrier programs. Anything outside of a low barrier program, that would be considered in our procurement framework or within the contract with the service provider.
Go ahead.
So through you, Chair, then, are we not creating a high barrier to access for those who are not users and don't feel safe around users by precluding those who want to provide a space without users? I hear what you're saying about low barrier. I think you're just creating a high barrier for someone else.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I mean, they still have to meet safety requirements in those spaces. Using drugs or having drugs does not automatically make you a risk to those other people that don't use drugs. But if they're creating unsafe situations, then those need to be addressed and handled, so that those that are looking for a space where they can feel safe and not be pestered and offered drugs, that they can get that as well. And those that are showing up with drugs, that's why we're trying to put this in place, that they still contribute to a safe environment. We're not trying to create more hoops for people to jump through. People that have an addiction or don't have an addiction are all entitled to housing. And some may be closer to that housing goal than others. And if somebody can come into an emergency shelter and receive that support, or that's not the right space for them, it's triggering, it's threatening, it's whatever, then we look to the system to start to find ways to get them into a different space. Maybe into some of those other Salvation Army-based or Mission Services-based services, or to the micro-modular shelter where they have their own independent living, or into some type of housing where they could have some follow-along support. So it's not in order to access our shelter, you must be an active drug user. And I know that's not what you're saying, but we're not trying to create more hoops for people. If somebody comes in and they are free of addiction and they're in recovery, we want to make sure we get them on that pathway, stay on that pathway as quick as we can. And there are examples when that goes horribly wrong. This is true. And there are examples when it goes really, really well. And so we are trying to make a policy that is reflective of 2026, of the prevalence of drugs in our community, and trying to create some type of standard that is consistent with well over a dozen other municipalities in this province.
Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate those responses. I'll see what others have to say. I will say, for me, that we would preclude somebody who wants to provide a drug-free space from applying through this is a problem. I'm not saying that because I recognize the problem. I know it's out there. It's very prevalent, but I'm disappointed to hear, and this may influence how I vote on a couple of these clauses. I'm disappointed to hear that if an agency came forward and wanted to run a space that was drug-free, that staff are saying we wouldn't come forward and say, notwithstanding our guidelines, this agency should still be allowed to apply. And that's what I've heard. So I just want to confirm with staff if that's accurate, that you would not come forward with a notwithstanding the guidelines, this organization should be considered, that you would just preclude them.
30 seconds.
So I'm just looking for a very clear yes or no. Would you bring forward a notwithstanding, or would they be precluded?
We'll get you that answer.
Through your worship, yes, there is a provision for those operators to be able to offer those programs that are entirely abstinence-based. We wouldn't immediately preclude them from being able to put forward a program like that. That particular program would be independent of these guidelines. A provider can still very much do that, and we would consider them just like we would consider any other provider or any other shelter modality.
Okay. Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you for that. Okay, follow up to the Deputy Mayor's questions. I do know of some providers, they wouldn't be necessarily considered shelter, I'm not going to name them, that are bringing forth sober living environments to help people recover and move forward and get involved into the housing pathways. Would a provider like that be able to tap into this procurement, these guidelines?
Through your worship, I believe you're talking about a recovery treatment program, which would not fall under emergency shelter guidelines. It would fall under what an accredited treatment program would have to fall under.
Go ahead.
Okay, I know that I don't want to go beyond the scope of the item at hand. So I guess the question would be, are there any other guidelines that we're going to be expecting coming forward under the procurement framework that would be able to cover something like that?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, there is precedent in other municipalities across the province that do have multiple sets of guidelines for different types of programs. This is not something we're considering particularly for this particular phase. A program like that you're suggesting could very much exist in the City of London. They could come through a procurement framework. In absence of specific guidelines about that program, it would be considered in their contract. And that's what we're hoping to bring forward to council and committee through the procurement process, that we would lay out a number of different shelter modalities, including abstinence and recovery-based programs. There's nothing within our current processes that preclude that type of service from existing. These particular guidelines are speaking to a very specific subset of shelters. We don't have other guidelines for other service providers, but that would be included in their contracts.
Okay, thank you. That's how I read it. That's why I just wanted to ask the question, because you know the one that I'm talking about that we've been working on for a while. Appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendments before us? Okay, I've been asked to do them all separately, so let me make sure we've got that lined up. Okay, so we're just going to do them in order, so we'll do I first.
Closing the vote. Motion fails, 7-8.
Okay, and now I.
Closing the vote. Motion fails 6-9.
And aye.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Okay, so now we're back to the main, but it's an as amended motion now because one of those parts passed. So I'll look to the chair. Good for the as amended motion. I need a seconder on that. I'll second it. Okay, discussion on the as amended motion, which is all the pieces, including the addition of the I part that we just debated. Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make some comments, and thanks for the staff for updating these guidelines, procedures. A couple of things that I want to address. I do have issues, which I mentioned before, to have them at the premises. I do understand. I'm talking about the point, of course, the substances at the premises. I totally understand we accept the individuals who are under with the premises there. I think.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Morgan, my apologies. But on I voted incorrectly, and that would change the outcome. So I'm looking for a motion to reconsider.
Okay, you were on the winning side of that vote, so you can move reconsideration yourself. So.
Okay, then I'm moving reconsideration.
Okay, reconsideration needs a seconder. Councillor Cuddy. One sec, just want to make sure I follow the rules on reconsideration. Okay, so yes, it's moved and seconded. It's requires 2/3 of whole council, and it's not debatable. So we'll just get the motion to reconsider up. Okay, we're going to open that.
Closing the vote. Motion carries 13-2.
Okay, we're good to go, so we're going to open that for voting.
Counselor Pribble? Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 9-6.
Okay, so now I need to make sure, because that's a different as amended motion, that you're still okay on the as amended. I'm still okay to second it. Now we'll go to debate on the main as amended motion. I'll look to speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for supporting some of those amendments.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Stevenson, I don't mean to cut you off, but Councillor Pribble was actually speaking, I think, to the guidelines when Deputy Mayor Lewis jumped up and said I needed to reconsider, so I don't want to, I want to let Councillor Pribble make his comments, and because I have him partially spoken there. My apologies. Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Okay, thank you. So actually, I was the one who actually, together with Deputy Mayor Lewis, I changed my vote as well. My concern was legal. But what I'm trying to say is this. I do think that based on this, we really need the agencies to have very strict safety protocols. Very strict safety protocols, because it is an issue for me. It really honestly is. Just unfortunately, or as I said before, it's very difficult for them to stop the individuals, or let's put it this way, it's impossible. And I don't want Londoners to give them a perception that actually they have 100% tools to stop them to enter. They don't. Should they try? Absolutely. Should they steer them away? Yes, absolutely. I really ask, and I don't know how I said it at the committee meeting, how our staff to really make sure that the safety protocols are very strict, very tight, so we minimize such incidents. Deputy Mayor Lewis, when he mentioned the guidelines and let's say drug-free environment, I really took this only as low barrier. Having said that, we are missing, again, we are missing certain parts in our system. Why are we missing it? Not that we even know it, that the organizations, agencies, or our staff, we just don't have the funding for it. And this is my issue, that we should have the process of step up, step up, step up, step up. Unfortunately, our steps are too high because we are missing the ones in between. But I took this as only low barrier. I really do think that we should have, for organizations, what was mentioned before, if someone wants to go there and they don't want to be in such environment, that we should have certain guidelines and funding associated with these premises. Again, going back to it, again, comes to the money and comes to the funding. I do think that when I look at our system, it needs to be improved. We need to have these individuals, for each individual at every stage. We do not need to have the promises, but as I said, I took this as low barrier. If I look at how many people we have homeless, we don't even have enough low barrier spots to accommodate them. So again, and that's going back, I know that's coming back to us again with the additional money that's coming in September. I mentioned it last meeting as well. But again, just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if we look at the bottom step, even though we consider those minimal things, we need to have them. We need to have the system. If we take it out, our system breaks down. So please do consider that. And I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, now I can go to you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. I guess I got some questions then, just because we significantly changed the direction of the procurement policy. For funding sources to the agencies, we're not the only source of funding for agencies, correct? The agencies have their own sources of funding?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, that's correct. The agencies either can self-fund through donations or other levels of government or private sector foundations, yes.
And in some cases, through you, in some cases, we're not the primary source of funding. When I say primary, I mean like the majority funding source. Is that correct as well?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, for the emergency shelters, we are the majority funder for the operators that are in the City of London. That's correct.
Thank you, through you. So a follow-up question. If the board of directors are making these decisions, and as it was said previously by staff, that some of the policies in this new framework have already been implemented by the shelters, specifically with the item 1 to remove the provision of illegal substances. If they have decided, those directors and the management there have decided to do it that way, and now us as a primary source of funding for many of the services or the agencies are now saying you're prohibited to do that, how does that reconcile between the two?
Counselor, that's not what was passed. It's not a prohibition. It's just a removal of the language. So the guidelines would be silent on it. So boards could make their own choices. I just want to be clear on what that vote was. So, but our staff can answer your question, but
So let me
there's no
just-
prohibition.
Okay, let me just reframe the question. With it being silent on that, and like still, how does it reconcile between the two? Like, is it up to the agencies or is it up to the service providers now to make that decision on their own accord? And the funding, if it comes from the city, it's still up to the provider, the shelter, to make that decision. That's, I guess, a clarification question then.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think that remains to be determined, quite frankly. With this change in the guidelines, we will go through and we will follow whatever the council recommendation is to remove any of those provisions. It will probably create some questions or confusions for shelter providers, and we'll have to sort out what that looks like.
Go ahead.
So we don't know how this will translate in. Like, what are we making a decision on here then? I thought we are giving direction, and now we don't know how that direction is going to land. So if it was up to the shelter service provider to decide, that is one direction. But if we are being mute now on that provision, and we don't know how that's going to translate, I am confused on what the decision is that we're going to be making here today with this new framework.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, it does create confusion. That's why we brought it forward with language in there to reflect that it's an occurrence that they encounter frequently. We had a delegation submission as part of the CAPS agenda that spoke to the many iterations of this policy and how having language in or out often created some ambiguity, created challenges with upholding it with or without. So where we're at now is needing to understand. I wouldn't be able to answer the question for you, Councillor. What are you going to do if somebody shows up at a shelter and they have they use drugs or they have drugs on their possession? What is every shelter's stance on that? That is to be determined now as we change course.
Okay, thank you. With that, like, we're not making a decision here. We're making confusion, and we're making confusion on a serious crisis we have in the city. I thought that we had a data-driven, evidence-based report that was very well done. It was specifically made and meant to capture everybody, to put them into the system, to be able to put them on pathways to housing through stability, to make sure that we meet everybody where they're at, low barrier, because the ultimate goal is to get people off of the street, regardless of where they stand right now, whether it's struggling with substance use, whether it's being unsheltered because they can't afford it. We are trying to create a pathway, a system that is able to capture everybody, because the ultimate goal is to get people off the street. The report came back, it was very clear, very well done too, and I made those comments at committee. Now we are deviating from that data, from that evidence, and now we're making a decision that's going to create confusion, and this is not an area where we need to be confused. If I'm confused because of this direction, and we don't even have a clear direction of what this is now leading to from staff, there's going to be confusion with the shelters, there's going to be confusion on how this system is supposed to work, There's going to be confusion amongst the city, and they're once again going to say, what are you guys doing? So with this, like, I can't support this at this point because there's no decision here. It's a confusing, there's nothing that's really being done here. There's no changes. And if I can't get a direct answer on how this is going to translate, this is just going to lead to more spinning of the wheels. And I would like to have some decisive direction here. So I guess I can't support it anymore, which is a shame.
To the city manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I certainly appreciate, through you to the members of council, a decision by the elected officials to make an amendment to something that's put on the floor. We don't have an issue with that. The challenge, though, is that we have a scenario where we actually need to consider what this means, and I appreciate their questions about can we answer the questions. It requires us a little bit of time to think about what this means, and that's not because we don't want to answer the questions. We just have to think about it from a standpoint of what actually would we say to providers? What does it mean for us in terms of delivery of essential services in our community? So I think our intention is not to try to be difficult and not answer the questions. We need to think through this process and be able to be sure when we give advice back to you about the change, what that actually means. And so I just wanted to be clear about that. It's not our intention to be difficult. It's just about this is now a change, came on the floor today. I just want to be clear about that, and thank you for the time to say that.
Okay, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I was supportive of the language change because the way that I interpreted it was that on page 41 of the shelter guideline, where it says emergency shelter operators will have a policy regarding alcohol, cannabis, illegal substances, and medications without a prescription. The policy will include, and then it has a bullet, and it says to ensure the safety and security of all residents and emergency shelter operators, staff regarding alcohol, cannabis, or illegal substance participants are allowed to have it in the emergency shelter but not allowed to use it in the building, that is where it becomes now silent. So that, for me, was the reason why I could support it, because as we were entering into debate on this topic, as we were considering the amendment, we heard different scenarios where this could be considered differently. The rest of the document still reads as it reads. It still reads as this is a low barrier approach. It still reads as a guideline that supports what we have continued to support here at council. So I think that this helps to address the issue of whether or not we were allowing these things in but not allowing people to use them inside, as well as I think there will be interpretation and discussion from shelter providers. We have a long procurement process and timeline before this is in place. So I do believe there is time for us to get further clarity and go back and have further discussion. So that's why I remain supportive.
Councillor Hopkins and then McAllister.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate the committee chair's comments, but for me, we're a council, we make a decision here. I am not clear, based on city manager's comments about where we are and the confusion. I need to make I have to make a decision here, and I'm not ready to do that. So given the comments I've heard, I would like this to go back to committee for better understanding as to exactly what we have done here. Because I'm not clear. I was at committee, we had the conversations at committee, we're here at council, and now we have changed the direction, I think, in a different way. So I don't think this is where we should be doing committee work to start off with, but if we can refer this back to get further clarification on these changes. I'm not sure what else to do, maybe a vote, and then if, depending on what happens with the vote, I'll ask for a referral back. Just looking at process. So does the referral start now?
You only get to speak once. There's no other amendments. This is we're to the main motion now. So
Okay, I'd like to have this referred back to committee.
Okay, for what reason?
For clarification on what we're doing here. I have no idea. The implications of what we have just decided, I don't think staff are clear, and I'm not sure if the agencies are clear.
Okay, so what the clerk heard you say was for basically referral back for further consideration and clarification. Are you good with that language?
And I wonder if we need legal advice as well. I'm just very concerned here, Your Worship.
That doesn't need to be part of a referral. If staff feel we need legal advice, they'll schedule it that way. If a counselor feels when it comes back they want that, they can ask to go into camera.
Okay.
Yeah. Seconder for the referral. Councillor Trosas willing to second.
With legal added, I would like. With legal added, I would be happy to second that.
Do you want to just add including any relevant legal advice? Or yes. Okay, is that good for you, Councillor Hopkins? Okay. Okay, on the referral, I'll start a speaker's list. I don't know if you want to start, Councillor Hopkins, you get to speak once to the referral. It's up to you.
Yeah, based on what I've heard from staff and from my colleague and from my own understanding on exactly what I am voting on here, I would like further information.
Sure. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. Thank you for the referral. I will support it, even though I don't want a referral. I want to put this to bed. This has been going on and on and on, and I wish that we could just come up with a decision here and take a very well-written report with a lot of data, and their staff will answer your questions too, if you reach out, if you're confused, or but they obviously can't answer this because this is a significant change. We want to ask, will this cut people off from supports, from pathways, the amendment that has been approved? Will it ultimately lead to more people on the street? Will it ultimately avoid, or I guess, remove our direction of what we're doing? Like ultimately, we want to be capturing as many people. So I think some of the questions that you don't have to answer now, but I would like to see in the report back are those. Like, is this a significant deviation from the framework? Will it mean less people are captured within the system for support? Will it mean less people are put on those supportive pathways with stability workers or housing? Will it mean more people on the street? Those are the kind of things that I would like to see with the change that we saw here today. So I don't want to have, I know you can't give me an answer, but that's ultimately why I'm going to be supporting this referral, which I will be. And like I said, I'd like to decide on this now. This has been going on way too long. I want to see some decisive decisions here, but the direction that we have seemed to be going, if it's going to have to be a referral, it's going to have to be a referral. So I'm going to support it, and I think we should all support it because those questions need to be answered.
On the referral, Deputy Mayor Lewis and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not going to be supporting the referral. I don't think this is confusing at all. We've reverted back essentially to the policy being silent and allowing the operators to decide for themselves what their policy is going to be around possession. It's very simple, and they can do that. They can provide, the individual shelter providers can provide Mr. Dickens their own policy, which can be posted on the website along with the emergency guidelines. It's not hard. And I think to make statements about what this is going to mean for more people on the streets, turned away from services, etc., I think it's highly speculative at that point. I think we've heard from the shelter providers we have active right now that they're prepared to move ahead with the policy of allowing possession as long as there's not active use. They're not saying that they're going to pull out because it's gonna be up to them. So I think it's really highly speculative to say that's gonna cut people off. It's just simply going to be up to the shelter providers. And if someone chooses to come forward through the process and offer a space that is possession-free, then that will be their choice. I'm not sure that we have anybody who's interested in doing that right at this moment. But we did hear from the delegates that they were comfortable with the policy. They can pursue that policy. Nothing we have done today prohibits. It simply removes the permissive language and says nothing and leaves it up to the shelter providers. So I think we need to step back from the speculative and it's not that confusing, folks. It's to me, it's very straightforward. We will leave it up to the individual providers to establish their own policy around drug possession in their spaces. Otherwise, the rest of the guidelines are in place. Nothing has changed. So I encourage colleagues to not support the referral. Let's get this passed and move on.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I have a different take, I think, than just said. I mean, for me, this whole discussion was going from a place of ambiguity to some clarity. And even the answers that were provided today, I thought we were moving to a space where the emergency shelters had the guidelines. I understand in terms of the drug use that it's been problematic across the board. And we could have other streams. It was never precluding, and we heard that a number of times today, it was not precluding other types of supports. And I would have been fine in terms of if other people wanted to be designated a certain way, that was fine. And we could have developed guidelines that way. I think what this is doing is it's muddying the waters, and we're returning to a place of ambiguity. And I think Councillor Ferreira said this earlier, but to me, I think you just revert back to 2011. I think it's a lack of an acknowledgement of what we're experiencing currently on the streets. I understand the concerns, but I honestly think it just poses the question back to the public, where do we want people who are suffering with addiction to go? And I think it's not going to result in what people want, unfortunately. I think you're still going to see them on the street. And the mayor spoke to this, and I know we've all kind of wrestled today with, you know, where we go with this, but one of the things I want to make clear on this vote is I think we all care about this issue. We're all struggling with it, but I don't like how it has been used for political posturing purposes. We're not debating the war on drugs here. This is not a pro and anti-drug vote. This is more us trying to have guidelines that allow operators to work in a difficult space with people who are struggling with addiction, which is a very challenging space in itself. And I think we can all acknowledge we don't have a lot of access points right now. And so we have all also witnessed the capacity issues with the shelter. We want people to be able to come to a shelter. And this, again, I think it just returns us to a place of ambiguity. I am supportive of the referral just because I would like a report back for staff to now see what this might do to the system that we were trying to help in terms of offering that clarity. So I think it just puts us back to a gray area, and I need further understanding in terms of what that gray area looks like and how the people who are actually working in that space will operate. And so, again, I appreciate the discussion. I know we're kind of on different sides of this. I think we're all grappling with it, but I'm saying it now because I just know the way this is interpreted in the public, and I'm really tired of this war on drugs thing coming up where that's not what we're debating. I think we're debating where people can get help and where they can seek shelter, and the guidelines for that in terms of allowing them a place to go, even if they're struggling with addiction. I think that was an important thing we needed to talk about, but this is not a debate about drugs. It's a debate about the shelter space and the guidelines which would have allowed people to come inside regardless of what they were experiencing. So I'm going to leave it there, but I'm supportive of the referral.
Councillor Trossau.
Thank you. Through you, does this shift in our decision, and this is directed to the solicitor, does this shift in decision create any legal challenges for us in terms of human rights legislation?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. All I'll say publicly about that is that we know that addiction is a protected human rights ground. And so a person cannot be denied entry on that basis, subject to a potential human rights complaint.
And I presume through you that means we'll be getting more information about this presumably in a closed session at a subsequent point, and you can't answer that now?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, additional information could be provided as part of the referral.
Okay, I won't go through each grounds of legal objection that I could see arising here and ask you individually. I'll just assume that we'll get a thorough report. What bothers me so much about this is we were just on the verge of being able to have a victory in terms of clarity, certainty, and at least a road that is legally, in my view, sustainable, but also ethically and practically sustainable from the point of view of administration. I believe that we have, well, I won't say that way, but I will say that what's important to me here is that we distinguish between status, person's status, which can be very broadly construed to include things that they're in possession of and things that they often have on their person or on their body. But we're making a distinction here now between status and conduct. And what I thought was so beautiful, what I thought was so brilliant, what I thought was so sustainable, was the way staff persistently told us people can be deported, people can be removed from the premises. But it's going to be based on behavior. It's not going to be based on what we think they're going to do with something that they persistently have on their person, which is part of their underlying problem that we're trying to cure. We're going to be pushing people away who are in the most need of the kind of help that we were just on the verge of being able to enact. And I believe that, like, once again, we backtrack. Once again, we are standing on the doorstep of coherence. And what do? We worry. And we're allowing posturing and political considerations to affect our judgment here, and that is not something that is acceptable. I find it reprehensible that we're doing this. So I look forward to getting a further staff report. And I also think that this backtracking that we're doing here today is going to have some implications in terms of a lot of other people who have a lot of knowledge about drug policy to come forth. And I hope we get some good advice, because we were so close. And here we are again. Okay, we'll get another staff report. I will be supporting this referral, of course, and should the referral fail, sadly, because most of what's in the report is good, sadly I'll have to be voting no on the main motion, because I can't support this. I cannot, in good conscience, as a counselor, who is not only bound to represent the interests of people in our community, but also the interests of the corporation, which I think is going to be, in my opinion, just my opinion, severely compromised by this move. Plus, I think all of the goodwill that London has built up through the outstanding staff work over this council term, this is what people are going to remember, that we were on the doorstep of doing something important, but we made a last-minute change on a reconsideration vote. This is not acceptable, and that's why I'll be voting no. And I'll be urging everyone else to voting no on the matter. But please, please, please vote yes on this referral, because we need some more information in front of us now, because this seems to be people are of various minds here. So I think my time is up, and I appreciate your indulgence, but I'm very, very disturbed about the turn that this is taking. Thank you.
Other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we're on the referral. This is Councillor Hopkins' referral, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote. Motion fails 7-8.
Okay, so that puts us back on the main motion. Okay, I think Councillor McAllister was next on the list, I think, because we're back to the main motion. And I don't know if you remember, but you were on a list. You don't have to be on it now if you don't want, but you were on it if you want to speak now.
If someone else wants to speak, they can go first, because I got to collect my train of thought again.
Just so people know, Councillors Pribble, Ferreira, Rahman, and Hopkins have spoken on the main motion. So I'll start a speaker. Sorry, Ferreira, Councillor? What? No, you can't. You spoke already. You spoke before the referral. Okay, so speakers who haven't spoken yet to the as amended motion. Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, just some closing thoughts from me on this. To the point I made in terms of supporting the referral, I just think this puts us back in a place that's more of a gray area. I think it defeats the purpose in terms of updating the guidelines. I'll be voting no just because at this point I don't see. I think it takes away from what we are trying to achieve, and at this point, reverting to what we had is pretty much the same as what we'll go with. Either way, I think you go to 2011 or 2026, we're now just existing in the gray area, and I think it doesn't really offer the clarity that we were looking to seek by doing this exercise in the first place. So as it stands, I won't be supporting it. I think it just doesn't do what we wanted to in terms of offering those avenues and those pathways for support that we were looking to provide. So I'll be voting no on it.
Okay, I'll turn the chair to Deputy Mayor Lewis. I only have myself on the list.
I'll take the chair. Please go ahead, Mayor Morgan.
So I just want to say a few words. First off, I think there's a lot of colleagues who are projecting a whole lot on to the one change that we made. The existing shelters are operating as the contemplated guidelines were operating. Removing references from the guideline does not change the way that the shelter operators can operate today. They can operate as they're operating. They can make decisions of their boards. They can integrate with other programs. We have not changed or impacted fundamentally the way that they can operate today. So I just want to be clear, because a lot of people are saying that. I'd also remind people that everybody has to follow the Human Rights Code. I know there's going to be questions about that, but being silent on something doesn't preclude you from having to follow the rules of the provincial and federal governments and the Human Rights Commission. So if there are things to apply to the operation of emergency shelters or any aspect of the work we do as a corporation, those are still going to apply. You know, our staff could have given us legal advice on that, but it's very clear. We have to follow the rules of the land. Everybody swore that when they took their oath of office. This is something we have to uphold. So there's nothing that we're making a decision on by being silent on something that precludes us from our obligations to follow any human rights provisions in the provision of services that we provide at the corporation or in the contracts that we provide to people, or their board's obligations to follow the rules and the laws that they have. So I think colleagues should support the guidelines. I think there are a number of good things in there. I don't think you should move towards removing all of the other changes because you're unhappy that we're being silenced on one provision where, in my opinion, it's not going to fundamentally change in any sort of way the way that the shelters are operating today. And we should proceed, and should clarity be required in the future again, which I don't think it will be, that's a change that can be made down the road by a subsequent council in the future. But the work that our staff have done on all the other aspects of the guidelines, I would hate to see staff throw it out. I would also remind colleagues that if you vote no on the motion, you're voting no to like just all of the pieces of implementing and directing all the other aspects of the guidelines that were updated. So I would say past this, it may be silent on a part that you wanted to speak to, but being silent on that part doesn't preclude an operator from continuing to operate that way. You can give me back the chair if you want.
I'm debating whether or not to do that, but.
Then go ahead and chair the meeting.
Looking for any other speakers? I see Councillor Pelosa on the list. I'll return the chair to Mayor Morgan, recognizing Councillor Pelosa.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Not rising to move adjournment, but it's quite the discussion tonight. I appreciate the work staff done, the long conversation to get here, and the concerns colleagues are raising about if we're silent on something, and if we do something, is it going back to this version, a prior version, where are we landing? That's why I supported the referral, so we could have got some feedback from operators if they were saying what they wanted to do. For me, we always say we don't think someone's gonna come back and then it comes back. Maybe not this council, but a future council. Like, sometimes there's different iterations, sometimes it's just the timing. I was interested in the transparency of clarity of if those wordings are in there, the public knew what we were going for, service providers knew what we were going for, people trying to seek help knew clarity, should they search it, of what we were going for. I learned from prior councils when they thought removing something, it would just default to what the powers were out there. People can decide. I hate to use the words reptilia. It gets Paul too excited. But that was it. A council removed words. It became silent on it, and it reverted back to something that was provincially mandated. That council, I believe, hadn't attended. When they made that small change, it ended up being a really big change. And that was my fear with this, that if we're silent, what are we actually reverting back to? And what will actually fill the space in the void of us actually being very clear in our intentions? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Trosab, you can speak to the main.
I hope I don't sound like a broken record here, but I need to repeat something I said before, and that is I have some very serious legal concerns through the chair. I have some very serious legal concerns about where we're going, and I was very happy to have this come up later in a staff report. But I must ask the question again, in light of the referrals being defeated, to the solicitor, do we run any appreciable risk here of charter challenges, of human rights code violations, and other potential legal issues that could plague this council. And I really do not like putting you on the spot like this, which is why I thought the referral was appropriate, but I have no choice right now to ask you that question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In addition to my earlier comments, any commentary on risk would have to occur in camera.
I move that we adjourn to go into camera for the purpose of getting legal advice on the issues I had raised as just responded to by the city solicitor. I think we have to do that now, and I so move that we go into camera. And I hope I get a second, and I hope at the very least you'll support this, and we can get the best information that we can, because we're not operating on good information now. And this is a very perilous direction we're going in.
Okay, so that's a motion to go into camera to receive advice on the matter before us. There's some language that we have kind of always ready for that. Just need a seconder for that. Councillor Hopkins willing to second. Okay. So going into cameras, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yeah, Councillor Rahman and then Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I'm just looking for clarity on what are we going in camera for?
I'm happy to lay it out in greater detail if you want me to.
Let me just read the reason, because and just make sure this is what everybody understands what it is. Okay, council convenes in closed session for the purpose of considering the following: a matter that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to the staff report dated August 10th, 2026, related to the Housing Stability Procurement and Delivery Framework Emergency Shelter Guidelines 2011 versus the 2026 comparative analysis and the proposed emergency shelter guidelines. So all those pieces. There's the staff report and the proposed guidelines.
That's good, and that would cover all of these.
So, Councillor, you don't have the floor. Councillor Rahman was asking a question, and I'm just clarifying it.
Thank you, through you. So we're getting legal advice on components of which we're not even debating technically at this point. The 2011 and the 2026 comparative analysis piece we've received. We've already went past that in this part of the discussion, so I'm not sure what we're going in camera.
So the solicitor was given a heads up that there might be a request to go into camera. I think some broad-based parameters assist the solicitor in being able to bring up anything that she or they may need in the discussion. I can't really comment on the rest of the language, but that's the title of the item that is before us, and so it's basically what we're talking about now. But I'm just going by the language that clerks developed for this based on their conversation.
Okay, thank you. I'm still unclear as to the question as to why we're going in camera, so I won't be supportive.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Well, I'll say I won't be supporting it either. I think I've heard clearly what I need to hear. However, as a point of order, it's a good thing there's no SPPC report, because we still have ICSC to go, and it is 20 minutes to 6. And while I won't be supporting it, I would suggest that your worship may want to call for an extension past 6 p.m. before moving in camera.
Yeah, so can be made in camera to go past 6, but I think it's more transparent to do it now, so we'll just do it now. So you want to, I need someone to move. Counselor Stevenson moves. Counselor Hopkins seconds. We're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
Okay, now we're on the closed session piece. Any other discussion? Okay, we're going to vote on the motion to go into closed session.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-6.
Okay, we'll move to committee room 5. Okay, please be seated. Okay, we're back in public session. Councilor Trousseau asked to go in camera. We went in camera. Councilor Trousseau, you had the floor. I don't know if you have any final comments before, but you hold the floor now that we've come back from in camera.
Yes, how much time do I have?
I honestly have no idea, but you did spend probably 2 minutes.
Okay.
And so let's call it 3. And I'm sorry for that, but the timer got cleared when we timed in camera, so.
I'll be brief.
Okay.
So I thought that the questions that I was raising were legitimate questions. I'm not going to talk about what went on in closed sessions because I can't do that. But I will say I'm not walking out of here tonight feeling good about the process or our prospects. And I'm still very worried about this. I think that the excellent work that was done by the staff, and I want to look at, I really want to address, I want to look senior staff in the face and address this right now. The work that was done by the staff on
Through
this
the chair, Counselor. I don't want you
chair.
speaking directly to staff. You're
Okay.
speaking through the chair, and you can make comments on the debate.
Okay, so I just want to let the senior staff know, and everybody that worked on this file, that in my view, this was excellent staff work. It was very difficult staff work, and you took on some very difficult questions that were known to be controversial. And we made it significant, and I think it's a significant departure from the staff recommendation. I don't think this was a minor change. I've heard it said that this was just a minor change from the staff report. This is a fundamental shift in direction that I think raises a whole panoply of issues that are going to need to be addressed. And if they're not addressed at this council table, they will be addressed elsewhere. Now, in closing, I just want to say that it is not my intention to help people smuggle drugs or use drugs or get drugs into these facilities. My intention here is to assist as many people as possible to get the type of treatment and support and help that they need. And we have to look at this situation from the lens of the clientele who will be using this service. And I worry sometimes that we're looking at it from more of a administrative lens. We have to look at this from the point of view of people who are not going to come into these facilities
30 seconds,
because they're
Counselor.
scared. And I think that is going to have an appreciable effect on the effectiveness of this program. And again, it's too bad, as I said before in my, it's more than too bad, it's tragic. What I said before, and my closing thought is, we had the opportunity tonight to do something historic, heroic, and very, very valuable, not just for London, but for the other communities watching. And I think it's very unfortunate that we chose not to do that. And I hope that at some point, this or the next council will reconsider this direction. Thank you.
Other speakers? Okay, there's been a request to separate one part for the final vote, and that's part B, which is the directly implementation. That's the only part I've been asked to have addressed separately. So, okay, so we'll do that first, and then we'll do all the other pieces. Okay, so we'll open B for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 9-4.
Okay, and all the other clauses, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trosso?
Of Frozen, I vote yes on receiving the report.
Could we have your microphone, Councillor Trosso?
Noted. Closing the vote, motion carries 11-2.
Councillor Rahman?
That concludes my report.
Thank you for your report. All right, we're on to Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. It's a 4-item report. I will turn it over to the chair to present that.
It's a 4-item report where it's half being pulled, so sorry, but this is 13th report of Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. And I've had requests for item 2 and 4 to be pulled, so I will look to move 1 and 3 unless there are other pull requests. So looking for those first.
Well, given one's disclosures, I think we could just do 1 and 3 together, even if people want to debate it. I guess if people want to amend 3, it has to be separate. Does anybody want to amend 3? No? Okay, then you can put 1 and 3 on the floor.
Okay, I'll put 1 and 3 on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. Any discussion? All right, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, I will put item 2 on the floor. This is the school crossing guard program. Councillor Trosso has an amendment he'd like to put forward.
That's on the floor. Councillor Trosso, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And through you, I submitted a slight amendment, which I hope will be less difficult as the last one. But what I'm looking for here is the addition of the words and other information. No, including accidents reported near accidents and other information reported from school principals, teachers, staff, students, and adjoining residents. And that's the motion, and I'll wait to see if there's a second before I talk about why I think that's a good addition.
I'll second it for you, so go ahead.
Thank you. I'll go right into it then. The staff report really got into some very interesting questions about the feedback from principals. And the thing about the feedback from principals was they didn't go into a lot of detail, counting the responses from principals, but it was going in a particular direction. And that was, there were a lot of concerns about the safety around the schools. And of course, that's not much of a surprise. Now, the reason I'm doing this amendment is I don't want this to just be a counting exercise in terms of doing the traffic study and counting cars. I want to make sure that this that this exercise takes into account also the qualitative aspect of what the principals, the students, the staff, and the crossing guards themselves and the adjacent residents have to say about this. And I think that'll just make it a more complete, better report to continue along the lines of doing the exposure index analysis. So I think this is a very, very small ask, and we've seen this question come up quite a bit with respect to some of the requests that we've had in neighborhoods for either additional crossing guards or for additional traffic mitigation measures. We just went through a very, very fulsome exercise in Old North, where we looked at, yes, we looked at the data, we looked at the numbers, but we also looked at a lot of qualitative feedback from the residents, and I think that that was a benefit to the staff. So I hope that I'm not indicating to staff that I don't think their work was good. I think it was fine. I just think by making it explicit that we're going to also look at this qualitative data, I think we'll have a more fulsome report in the end. And I'm hoping that I know the traffic department is quite capable of doing that. And I hope that this minor amendment passes. So thank you very much.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
And Councillor Chair, are you willing to move the as amended motion?
Yes, I'll move it.
Okay, Councillor Trossau, you'll second it? You'll second it?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the as amended motion? Okay, seeing none, we will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and I will put item 4 on the floor. This is the amendment to the council procedure bylaw, the striking committee, and Councillor Ferreira had an amendment for this one.
Okay, that's on the floor. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I circulated a referral on this one. I did circulate it, but if you want me to read it out, I can do that.
Yes, please.
All right, I just have to find it. I'll have it in front of me. Can the clerks put that on eScribe so I can read that? All right, here it is. Oh, wait. That's not it.
If you refresh it, sir.
Okay. So, moving to refer, and the referral is that the staff report dated August 12th, 2026 related to amending the council procedure bylaw A61 by removing the requirement for the appointment of a striking committee for initial citizen appointments to boards and commissions following a municipal election be referred to the next meeting of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee for further consideration.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Trossau. Okay, on the
All right, well, the reason I'm moving this referral is because I have obviously some issues with it. Like, I do appreciate that independent, community-based layer that goes over all the ABC appointments. And I would say that, yeah, this council and past councils have seen some issues coming up with some of the ABC appointments. And I feel like if we were to have that extra striking committee going over everything, bringing recommendations, that would ensure that we have the knowledge, the experience, and the expertise for the overall skills needed. Because otherwise, and I do understand that the SPPC will be the ultimate decider, but to have those recommendations come through, if we didn't have that, then otherwise you wouldn't really have the qualifications really be focused on for the composition. It would be really kind of attuned to the council preferences, and I'm trying to depoliticize this as much as we can, because in the end, our ABCs are supposed to be providing that greater benefit, that greater good, and that smooth operation for whatever the ABC is. So this is really kind of something that I think that we should really have here, we should have that extra level of insight. It will help us make our decisions, and it will help us really understand of, after that review from a striking committee, that, that citizen layer, that community layer of just giving us kind of that recommendation to show that, this candidate has, these qualifications, this candidate has these qualifications. Otherwise, it's just going to be a matter of councillor preference when it comes to that. And I would say, I do understand that council should retain the appointment, but we should at least have that extra guiding factor, because we have seen in this term, some issues that could come up. And I feel like we need to be able to use as much resources as possible that will help us make those considerations, because I don't want to have this overly political. I would say that, I understand that there were some issues with the striking committees and the compositions of maybe some members not being able to show up or having issues with quorum. But I think taking a sledgehammer approach and just removing the striking committee altogether is not the prudent approach. If we have some issues, we should look into how we can recompose, or how we would set the striking committee with the amount of members that comes through. But I don't think just removing it altogether is the right answer, because in the end, like you've heard this term before, but the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and again. And I feel like we see some of the issues that have arisen, and now we're taking away that insurance mechanism that could help us not repeat some of the same issues we saw in the past. So I think it would be a wise choice to refer this and not remove this striking committee. So I would like to have some details back from staff on how we could recompose, or we could mitigate some of the issues we saw in this last council's striking committee that was brought to me by the clerks, rather than just remove it entirely.
Go ahead, to the clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just before I begin my substantive answer, I just want to flag that even if a referral is supported, given the timeline, in order to provide council the full option, we would likely advertise and seek members to comprise the striking committee, given the timelines. The reason we would do that is to provide that option. Should council choose to disband the striking committee, then we would advise the members that had put their names forward. I just wanted to flag that if you do see outreach from the clerk's department, it's not going contrary to whatever is decided here. It's simply to ensure that you have that option before you. The other part I just wanted to mention is quite rightly, the councillor has indicated some issues that were experienced. At the start of the term, there was only one citizen at large applied for 5 positions, and then resigned just prior to the meeting. So we had no citizens at large. The standard advertisement recruitment approach, which is very broad, was undertaken by the city clerk's office. Certainly, we would endeavor to make it as broad as possible, as we always do. There is no guarantee that we would get that engagement from members of the public. We also had some regrets from other striking member composition, and those are the kind of the standing organizations. We would endeavor to encourage participation should council go in that direction. But that said, given the timing, the appointments to the striking committee pursuant to the existing council procedure bylaw would need to be done no later than the last regular council meeting of this term. So I just wanted to flag a few of those issues. Thank you.
Okay, just some clarification questions from the clerk's comments on that, just to make sure I understand this correctly. So if council were to approve this referral, from what the clerk is telling me, considering the timelines, you would still proceed with the current mechanism of the striking committee, because you don't have sufficient time to make that, that report back. However, in time, this would be, I guess, for the next council term, you would be able to look into the composition, we'd have a report back. Is that just to clarify the first part?
Okay, so what the clerk said was, if we referred it, we will have not made a decision to keep all the options on the table, the clerk would be required to advertise for the striking committee. Because if through the referral council decided to keep the striking committee, there would not be sufficient time to advertise at that point on, so they would be preemptive in that. If they decided not to, we'd be telling the people who applied, actually, we've decided not to proceed. So the reason why the clerk said that is didn't want councillors to think that they were proceeding in the absence of a council decision, given if the referral passed, but wanted to reserve council's right to populate that committee.
Thank you. That fits my understanding then. And I would also say if we did proceed to do this referral, we could learn, I guess, from another round of the striking committee. So I like that. I understand that. I think that's fine. But I'd also, I guess, follow up with if we were to not proceed with the referral and vote it down and vote with the recommendation from committee, there would be no striking committee appointments being sought after, and we wouldn't see anything like that.
We'd be following the committee's recommendation, which would be to not proceed with the striking committee.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Frank on the referral.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I won't be supporting the referral. I sat on the striking committee in 2019, and council ignored about 80% of our recommendations, and it kind of felt like a waste of time. My time, the clerk's time, other members on the striking committee, and that's fine because council at the end of the day chooses who they put on all these committees. I think we saw the same thing happen most recently, and I think that council will ultimately end up choosing who they want to put on the various ABCs. And of course, I think we all council members are able to go and ask for advice and input from experts and from nonprofits in the community on who they think should be sitting on and serving on our ABCs. But I, from personal experience, did not find the striking committee to be a good use of time.
Any other speakers on the referral? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Frank. I don't think the striking committee is a good use of time. I won't be supporting the referral. The timing from, as we've heard from the clerk, is really short now anyway. We need to make a decision tonight. I will say in two terms, the input from the striking committee, with no offense to Councillor Frank, was not something that as a councillor I really considered. The councillors are the ones elected to make the decisions. And the councillors need to be free to speak to or not speak to whomever they want to seek advice from. The striking committee does not bear any more weight for me than the input from anyone else in the entire community, including colleagues around this horseshoe who might know somebody on the striking or on the resumes that come in who they might say, hey, that's a really good person, and they come and speak to it when we're making those appointments, and I appreciate that feedback from councillors because it does help. I think it's frankly, in my opinion, not a good use of the clerk's time to have to submit all of the advertising, get that out there, review the appointments if there are even any. As we've heard, we didn't attract anyone last time. Then circulate all the resumes to those committee members, be there to assist with meeting oversight, and then put all of that information into a package for the new council that, as Councillor Frank has indicated, many councillors didn't follow when she was on the striking committee. Certainly hasn't had an impact on my decision. This to me is just, there's just not a value to it. I'm prepared to say it is gone. The decision does rest with council. The councillors are the one who are elected to make decisions. And you can consult whoever you want, but we don't need to have a formal committee to do that.
Any other speakers? Councillor Trosau.
Thank you very much. May I ask the clerk through the chair, not an exact number, but rough estimate, and I'm not talking about advisory committees, I'm just talking about the boards and commissions. Approximately how many applications, approximately, came in for review during the period at the beginning of the last council? Roughly.
The answer is that was 4 years ago. We'd be totally ballparking it. So, sorry.
Okay. I guess it doesn't help, but I think it was about this much in terms of the thickness of the packet, but it was a lot, but maybe she's... Oh, okay, let me move on to the next question then. What is the time period that counselors, that the SPPC members will have from the time that they receive the packet to the day of the SPPC decision?
I'm going to have the clerk answer that.
So through your worship, we did delay some of the appointments, and certainly SPPC can refer certain appointments should it choose. There are some timelines with some of the ABCs that they may find critical. The turnaround time would be the typical turnaround time for agendas. So you would receive it, and you would have it on the agenda, and that's the amount of time that you would have. That said, SPPC can refer matters. They can make some appointments, refer some other appointments. For example, say some positions only have a handful of applicants. Some positions may have the number of applicants that are required to fill that position, and that's it. Some may have a lot. So I'll just end it there.
So if I may add to that, typically, and tell me if I'm wrong, typically we'll get the packet Thursday, maybe Wednesday, and it would be typically a Tuesday meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So my feeling about this is, that would take place at the first SPPC meeting?
No, I can answer that. We passed a motion to delay a number of the citizens' appointments by extending their terms into, I can't remember the date, but it would certainly not be the first SPPC. It would be into the new year.
Okay, that's good to know. So my feeling is we should keep the striking committees. And the reason why I think we should keep the striking committees is I think that we need to do more to talk to our residents about civic participation. Because I think civic participation is at an overall low right now. It's reflected in what was said about the committees last time, and it's also reflected in the voter turnout last time. It's reflected by a lot of things. And I think just to say that, well, we're going to make the decisions anyway, so let's not have the striking committee, it's a little analogous to saying, we're going to make the decisions anyway, so maybe we don't need so many citizen advisory committees. And I'm not talking about advisory committees, but I think it's the same thinking. It's the same kind of thinking. We need to engage the public much better than we do right now. And I think that like eliminating the striking committees is going to be sending the wrong signal to our residents at a critical time. So I would strongly urge...
Just encouraging you on the referral, right? Right now, we're referring it, so...
Well, and without the referral, we're just not going to have it. I can come back and explain why I would vote no on the motion. But the referral will at least give us the chance to look this over again. And there are a lot of good reasons why we should have these striking committees. And at the meeting to which this is referred, people would be able to address that in better detail than we can at this late hour. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, we're voting on the referral, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 3-10.
And on the committee recommendation, any other speakers? Councilor Trossau?
Well, once again, I'm sorry to say that since the referral lost, I sadly am not going to be able to support this committee recommendation. Because basically the committee recommendation is saying, let's not worry about getting more citizen impact feedback into this. Let's just go ahead and do it ourselves. We'll have the weekend. We'll have the weekend. That's a thick packet. I'm sorry we don't have the exact number of people. People apply to the library board. I mean, people want to be on a number of these boards. It's very important. And I think that by just sort of pushing this through, and there's only so much scrutiny, even the most diligent SPPC member can devote to this file over the weekend. I presume that that's not going to be the only thing in the SPPC packet that early in the term. So I think we're sending a very negative signal at a time when we really need to be increasing civic participation. And not only do we need to be increasing civic participation, we need to look back and understand why these instances of civic participation failed in the past. And rather than to say, they failed in the past, wasn't a good use of my time, let's just not do it. I think we need to critically assess what was the dynamic that led people to think this wasn't something they wanted to do. So I'm very keen to go ahead and try to recruit people for these striking committees. We used to have them, and we used to have a big sort of cross-section of different groups. I remember we had the Chamber of Commerce, we had the Labor Council, we had a variety of groups, and it was very useful, and I think we're giving up something very important if we just push this through without regard to how this is going to view, how the public is going to view our cutting out of one of the few opportunities they have to engage in this meaningful decision-making. So please vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? All right, we're going to open that for vote.
Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Trosso.
Sorry, oh, there it goes. Sorry. There it goes.
Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 10-3.
That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Added reports. I just handed you the added report from the closed session. You'll be happy with this one. Usually you read a long time last time, so I'll let you do this one though.
Thank you. Yes, this is the 13th report of council in closed session. I think this is the shortest one I ever got, so thank you for that. That progress was made with respect to items 4.1 and 4.2 as noted on the public agenda, which was 6.1 /12 PEC, 6.1 /13 ICSC, and that progress was made for the added matter that we went into closed session for.
Okay, and you know what? We don't even have to vote on that because it's just a report of progress. It's just a verbal statement.
Point of personal privilege?
Sure.
I would, on that last matter for the closed session that we just went to, I do want to dissent that progress was made. I just want to indicate my dissent to that perspective.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Okay, that's not a thing in our procedure bylaw, so we're going to move on. Deferred matters. Any deferred matters? Okay. Inquiries. Any inquiries? Emergent motions. None? Okay, bylaws. This is going to take a moment because people are telling the clerks now that they want things pulled, which is not as helpful as before. Councillor Frank?
Yes, as circulated via email, I would like to refer one of the bylaws.
We're not there yet. Okay, I'm going to read out how we can do this. We're going to do Bill 302 first, which is the striking committee item. 306, 306, which is the one that Councillor Frank, you want to defer, but I'll just note you can't do that until second reading. So we have to deal with first reading. Doesn't come into effect. You can refer and debate at second reading. That's the appointment of Deputy Mayor and Budget Chair. 308. I don't know what one that is, but a councillor asked for that separate. It's the streets bylaw. 305 and 324, which is the PEC motion related to dearness. And then everything else. Does that sound okay to everybody? Okay. Okay. Is anybody supportive of all the things that I can just use the same mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Cuddy? Always so agreeable. I appreciate it. It makes it a little quicker. Okay, so that's how we're going to proceed. Unless I just want to make sure people had time to look at them. All right, we're going to start with 302, which is the striking committee item. Moved by Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. This is first reading, so we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-2.
And second reading, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-2.
And third and final reading, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-2.
Okay, 306 is the next one we'll do. We've got a mover and seconder. We'll do first reading. Open that for voting.
Motion carries 8-5.
Okay, second reading, any discussion? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to refer this bylaw to a future meeting of SPPC. I believe we have one in September, to include provisions regarding the nomination process of deputy mayor, including that where a nominee is not confirmed by council, the mayor may continue to make nominations until a nominee is confirmed by council.
Seconder for that, Councillor Ferreira. It's a referral, so that's debatable, so go ahead.
Thank you, yes. I'll remind folks that we had discussed this policy at a previous governance working group committee meeting, I believe mid last year, and we had discussed having clarity around the nomination process. Right now, in the policy, it just states that the mayor will nominate a deputy mayor who will be confirmed by council, and I asked at the time what happens if they're not confirmed. And I just wanted some clarity around that, just so that, you know, in the future, if it, for whatever reason happens that council does not agree with the mayor's position, then we know what direction to take. And this one seems to be somewhat easy, and at the point that the nominee is confirmed by council, then we can move forward with that position. So just seeking a referral so that we can have that added before new council is elected.
Any other speakers to the referral? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So setting aside my own bias, well, I think that this is sort of a, and I said this, this isn't a dig at Councillor Frank, because I said this at Governance Working Group too. I think this is a bit of a problem in search, or a solution in search of a problem. I don't think in the entire history of the City of London, a council hasn't affirmed the mayor's appointment to the deputy mayor position. Nonetheless, I appreciate Councillor Frank's desire for some clarity of language. I just don't think we need to go through a whole committee cycle. I think the language you've suggested is very clear. However, I realize that clerks need time to edit the bylaw. So I'd like to amend this to just have it brought back to the October 14th council. And I will share that at this point, the SPPC meeting in September does not have any staff reports yet on the agenda. That doesn't mean that there may not be some, because I know staff are working on a couple, but that might not fall, like that meeting might not occur. So I think the language Councillor Frank has suggested could simply be written into the bylaw and brought back to us on October 14th. So I'm going to move an amendment that this be referred to the October 14th council meeting, and that civic administration, the clerks in this case, be directed to amend the bylaw to reflect the language from the councillor.
Okay, and Councillor Cuddy wants to second that amendment, so we're amending just the part on the reporting back from SPPC to council, and then you're picking the specific meeting. Okay, so. Yeah.
There's only one more council meeting of this term.
Okay, well, that's probably a good one to do it at then. Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's that amendment's on the floor. Councillor Cuddy seconded it. So we're on the amendment now. I'll look for speakers on the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Trossau.
I think my question, though, it's relevant to the main motion. It's also relevant to the amendment, so I'm going to ask it now. How did something get onto the stage 13 agenda where we do 3 readings of things typically that have been done previous in the meeting? I've never seen an instance where this council or any previous council that I've been watching has done 3 readings of a bylaw if it wasn't something that was on that council agenda. And I actually went back and looked. It's hard to figure out, but I thought I'd also talk to some of the former councilors. Nobody has any recollection of something making it onto the stage 13, 3 reading agenda that hadn't previously been on that same council agenda. So I guess my question is, how did this get on this agenda in stage 13 if it wasn't on the agenda previously on this meeting? How did that happen?
Okay, that's a question for the clerk. I'll let the clerk answer.
Certainly. On the current agenda, there are a number of bills that are on the agenda. For example, Bill 308 through 320, at least, that are on the agenda. Those are related to dedications of public highways. Those relate to active city business, but they wouldn't go through a typical process. For items where there's a clear direction from council, where there's no new decision to be made, where there's a direction, for example, the referral before council right now, it would be the October 14th change to bring it back to council. It would appear on a bylaw list. Thank you.
Councillor Trossau.
Well, I would like to say I'm going to save my other comments, but if the referral passes, that's it tonight. So I'm going to say I'm going to be voting no on the referral, because I think there's more to the controversy here than this is not just cleanup language. This is not housekeeping. There's some substantive changes that are being made here, and to have this appear at the stage 13 3 reading agenda I'm sorry, I'm trying, for this to appear on the stage 13 part of the agenda without any indication on the rest of the agenda what this is from, I think it's very confusing to councilors. I also think it's very confusing to members of the public. I think it's bad practice. It's hard enough to go through and be diligent reading all of the staff reports and reading all of the things that are on the agenda proper, but now apparently we also have to plow through all of the bylaws in detail without any aid of staff report or context to see if there's a change. And I think again, legally we can do that. There's nothing in the procedural bylaw that says we can't do it. But in terms, again, going back to my plea for more transparency and civic engagement, I think this is a real bad idea. So I'm not saying that it'll turn out different in the end, but I think this is an important enough question that it should come to an SPPC meeting properly on the agenda with the staff report, where people can actually make, at the SPPC, if people have objections to the text of the bylaw change, and there are serious changes, they can send in an added. They could also ask for delegation. And I don't think we should cut off the public's right to do that. Now, of course, if we put this on the next council agenda, we'll get a report back. People can still do their added, but we do cut off the ability for people to make delegations. I think it's a bad precedent for us to be cutting out the typical standard process of going through committees. And I'm not asking for this to go back to governance, because I don't even think we're having another governance meeting. I don't know. But I do think this should go back to SPPC. So I'm going to be voting against the referral, and should the referral pass, I'll be making more comments at council about why I think this is a very bad process. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have the clerk respond to that, because you made some comments there about controversy and process and procedure. I want the clerk to answer clearly why they put this particular item on the agenda in the way they did.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a resolution passed by council where the roles and responsibilities as well as the appointment process be clarified. So there's clear direction for us to already do the work. We did the work. We put it on the bylaw list, and absolutely, council can refer. They can do whatever council would like, including amendment or debate at second reading.
Okay. Sorry, Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just to briefly respond to that, this is just going to create a situation where we're doing committee work at council again. And yeah, this is what we'll do. We'll get the report at council. And my view is there are substantive differences, and those will be raised at council, and we'll get into a discussion with with amendments, and maybe there'll be amendments to amendments. I really would like to have that kind of discussion done at standing committees, not at city council, but here we'll go again. So please vote to refer this. Please vote no if the referral does not happen. So thank you very much.
Okay, other speakers to the amendment? Go ahead, Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. I mean, I have seen bills come through in the past that aren't outlined, and I've learned to go through the bills carefully. I do think it would be better to have some sort of a cover sheet to let us know. It would help. To Councillor Trostow's point, though, if this referral doesn't pass, then the bill's likely to pass as it is. So I would encourage supporting the referral if you don't want this to pass tonight. And there would be other ways to potentially make other changes through a notice of motion or something before the next council.
Okay, anyone else to the amendment? Oh, go ahead, Councilor Ferreira.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I just get procedurally from the clerk? The amendment here to refer be amended to bring back to the October 14th meeting. Why is that? Could we just, if the intention is to bring it back, if we were to not support the referral, then this would pass as it is now? I just wanted to know procedurally, is there a reason why we have this amendment brought by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cuddy? Just procedurally, is there a procedural reason why we have to have the motion to refer to be amended to come back to October?
Because the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cuddy are asking it to come back to council for approval at the council meeting on that date. So we can direct things to committee, we can direct things to council. They're just making a change to direct it to the council. So procedurally, it's
There's
allowed.
no procedural reason to do this?
So I don't want to get into a cross debate, but I'll let the mover explain the reason.
Because procedurally, the clerks cannot rewrite the bylaw tonight. Councillor Frank has provided language to amend the bylaw, but the clerks can't rewrite the bylaw and have it reviewed by legal and have the language in eScribe for us to vote on tonight. They need time to go back and put the proposed amendment that Councillor Frank has put forward, which I'm supportive of, into the bylaw. So it doesn't need to go back to committee. It can just come back to council with the amended language once the clerks have drafted it up. That's the next opportunity really for them to do so if we're going to give legal time to review it and make sure that it meets all of the legal language requirements as well.
Okay, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you. I would just remind that the motion to refer does say to the next Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, so we wouldn't necessarily need a bylaw to be drafted up before the next council. I do think that something like this, as substantive as this, especially when we are going to be removing kind of the discretion of the mayor to rotate between the skills and experiences depending on councillors for deputy mayor and everything else that Councillor Frank is asking about, including clear provisions regarding the nomination process. I think we should be bringing that to committee. Now, I guess the next question, and Councillor Trusso kind of alluded to this, can I amend this amendment to send it to committee rather than sending it to?
No, you got to defeat the amendment, and then it goes to committee. So you vote no if you want to do that. You don't. You wouldn't amend it again.
Okay, so I would just clarify. I understand the deputy mayor saying that we need the bylaw to be drafted up, and the clerks would need time for that. But this referral motion is to committee, which does not require a bylaw to be drafted up at that time. And there is time after the
Yes,
discussion.
bylaws come to the committee as well. So the clerks would bring this bylaw to the committee, or they'd bring it to council. So it's still a bylaw. It's still the action.
It will
is
still be a bylaw, but we can still have that discussion at committee, where this discussion belongs at SPPC. So I would say vote no to this amendment. There's no reason why this amendment needs to be here. And support Councillor Frank's referral. We need to have this discussion at the proper forum, which is the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee.
Other speakers to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 7-6.
Okay, so on the, so now it's as amended. I need an as amended. We have the, so same bylaw mover, same bylaw seconder, as amended this time. Okay, so now on the referral, so it's not as amended, sorry, my mistake, the as amended referral, we can still vote on. But Councillor Frank, are you still okay with the referral, moving it? Okay, so Councillor Frank's still the mover of the referral. I don't remember who the seconder was, but okay, well, Councillor Rahman put up her hand first, so she's the seconder.
No, I wasn't seconding.
Oh, you weren't, okay, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Lewis can second it. The referral as amended. So it's Councillor Frank's referral with the direction for it to go to council on the 14th.
Not SPPC.
No, that's been amended now based on the last vote. Okay, so discussion on the referral now. Go ahead, Councillor Ferrer.
Okay, thank you. I heard your comments about the referral to go to Strategic Priority Policy Committee has been amended to the October 14th Municipal Council meeting, but then it says the referral as amended be approved. We still have the words Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee in there. Is there like a conflict in the language here? Are they counter to each other, first of all?
No, it's just the way we do it, and we do this all the time. So there's motion 16. Motion 16 was amended by motion 17. Motion 18 is that the referral as amended be approved. So it's basically the same thing as 16, just going to the place that was passed in 17. And then 18 just captures both of those things. It's not in conflict. It's the way that we do a lot of as amended motions if you read through.
Okay, thank you. So this is a referral to take everything that was done here, but put it back into the October 14th Municipal Council meeting, which will just go to a bylaw reading, just as we are now. So there's no changes. We're just putting it into the next council meeting.
No, Councillor Frank added some changes to the bylaw in motion 16 to change the language there. So she's made a change. It'll come back with the language with that change.
But including clear provisions regarding the nomination process, when do we see the clear provisions if it's just a bylaw?
That would be in the bylaw that came back. So the direction is tell staff to go make those changes, bring back a bylaw that has those provisions, because those provisions would be in the bylaw.
And we don't know what they would be.
Yes, it's in motion 16. They would be including clear provisions regarding the nomination process that include where the nominee is not confirmed by council that the mayor may continue to make nominations until a nominee is confirmed by council. So that's what Councillor Frank has asked to come back with those changes. So the new bylaw would have that incorporated into it in detail.
Okay, detail, which, again, I don't want to be beating a dead horse here, but we should have the discussion at SPPC. And there's some other changes there that we saw in this bylaw as well. So I guess I'll vote how I do when the vote time comes in a couple minutes.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I know everyone's getting tired. The first thing I wanted to bring up is that October 13th is the council meeting, not the 14th. As far as I understand, it's in our calendar that way. It's in our calendars, in our Outlook that way.
Oh, in the official councillor agenda, because the Monday is a Thanksgiving holiday, and previously when we amended it, people moved things around to make sure that it wasn't like a holiday in council. I don't know, the clerk's got the calendar here. I'm just going by the clerk. It says and he says it's the Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Perfect. We'll amend our calendars then, because they all say the 13th.
Oh, is this the calendars that your staff built in? Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, okay, so you may let their staff know that they've got to fix that.
Either the 13th or the 14th, either way. So because this was amended, we can't refer to another SPPC meeting like October the 6th because of the way that the amendment was done. I just want to be clear.
So I think that would be contrary to the amendment we just made that was send it to SPPC, and then through that vote, it was a no, send it to council. So I don't think we can amend it back to the thing that was just changed, regardless of which SPPC meeting. It was a future meeting of SPPC. That is a future meeting of SPPC. So I think from the advice I got from the clerks, that's been decided now.
Thank you. And what if it was for a different reason? So for me, the issue isn't that I wanted to refer the matter for just this change that Councillor Frank has proposed. My reason is actually because I was looking to get the budget chair policy brought forward. I think that we require a discussion as a council as to which roles and how we see council should be best supported in the future. And so my reason would be for that exact reason. So I would like a discussion at SPPC for that reason.
Okay, so we just need a little bit of clarity because I'm asking the clerks. So the bylaw is about the appointment process, but you want to have a separate policy on deputy mayor?
Thank you. I want to discuss the policy. We're incorporating both positions into a policy as a decision as we move forward. I want to have that discussion on the roles that we're considering in the policy. Therefore, I need an SPPC meeting to do so.
I totally get it. That's, yeah, it's not complex as it sounds. Okay. So, there's no decided matter of council today. We can't change it back to SPPC because that vote was made. You've got a different reason that you want to make some other changes. There's nothing precluding you from writing a communication to an SPPC meeting, or I think that's the relevant council committee, having a discussion on that, and then subsequently that would land at council at the same time, but it would be with the other direction, because council will have not made a decision on the policy at all. And then it'll be before us with the direction for the bylaw, and then whatever other thing came through SPPC, and we'd have to reconcile the pieces there. Because I guess the clerks aren't exactly sure what change you want to make, and maybe it's part of a discussion, but that's an avenue, pathway forward for you that would involve a discussion at an SPPC meeting.
Thank you. And so by signaling today that the intention to bring a letter to the October 6th SPPC meeting, there isn't a way that that SPPC meeting doesn't happen because we don't have enough items.
So I can't guarantee that, because the chair can, in consultation with what's on the agenda and the workload, decide to have a meeting or not. There is one scheduled. I don't know the load of that yet. So, go ahead.
Thank you, and therefore that's the reason why I'd like to make this an amendment.
Your Worship, I'm gonna call a point of order.
Sure.
On the process here.
Yes.
Okay. The clerks have brought this forward because of a previously adopted resolution of council that was passed after an SPPC meeting that got a report from a governance working group meeting. There was no direction from that SPPC meeting or that council resolution to move into discussions about rotating deputy mayors and how many we're going to have, or how many budget chairs, or rotating people in, anything like that, which I've heard some people refer to. There's actually already a decided matter of council on that to have the clerks provide direction in a bylaw to clarify some of the language around the nomination process and confirmation by council. The rest of those things were already, in the last 12 months, debated at an SPPC, dispensed with, forwarded to council, and the resolution from council was clerks bring forward some clarifying language. The piece that Councillor Frank brought forward tonight was actually not only part of the discussion at Governance Working Group, but it was part of the discussion at that SPPC as well, and just wasn't captured in the council resolution, which is why I'm supportive of having that come back with an amended bylaw in October. If colleagues want to bring something else forward, and I'll remind you that we are at the end of our term, so you have the policy in front of you. There's not a need to go through another committee cycle if you have a very specific change you want to make. You could provide a notice of motion on council before the October 14th meeting. You could simply write a letter and submit it to the clerk, and it would be on the agenda related to bylaw. Well, it won't be 306 at that point in time. The number will change, I assume. saying that you want to make another change. But keep in mind that the scope of the change is very much around the bylaw we have and the already decided matters of council through SPPC and the council resolution that was previously passed. So there might be some minor amendments to language or proposed change to, and I don't know what Councillor Rahman's amendment might be, but maybe she wants to say, you know, the budget chair should also be on, you know, another border commission because of how it relates to the budget or something like that, which would fit into the job description. But it's not changing the process of the mayor nominates someone and then council confirms it. It's not changing the number of budget chairs or the number of deputy mayors. It's really focused on what is the job description in the bylaw. So again, there's no piece of the process that prevents a member of council from just giving that some thought, consulting with our clerk's team, and putting an amendment on the October 14th council agenda. So given that we've already passed an amendment to forward this bylaw, not just a portion of it, but this bylaw with some specific amended language to the October 14th meeting, I would suggest that that is the process colleagues have to follow. They have to put an amendment on that agenda of council. Sending it to trying to break it up at this point and send it to a committee would, I believe, be contrary to the motion we've already passed.
So that's your point of
That's the point of order.
piece, and I've already pretty much said that, but give me a second. So, yes, that is what we're doing. I mean, there's a lot of context there that was unnecessary for this decision, but I have to, as chairing the meeting with the procedure bylaw, follow the motions that council has made, including the motion, which I was in the minority on the last motion to amend. And so but the referral is still on the floor as amended, which can be passed or defeated. And then I've outlined the avenues the council would have, but I just can't make those guarantees about the meeting because again, I don't chair that meeting and I don't know the workload of the agenda. So, but unless you're going to make an amendment to say, bring forward some more language, like some other changes that council, like similar to what Councillor Frank did, I don't think I have an avenue besides the one that I've outlined with you going through committee to do anything different than what council's already decided tonight so far. Which, again, I wish I could give you a different answer, but I'm going by the advice that I'm given and how we're trying to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're on the referral as amended. Any other speakers to that? Who has? Councillor Trossel. Not to the referral as amended, no.
Okay, let me start by sort of a point of procedure, and that is, let's not overblow what the effect of the previous discussion that we had at council last year when I brought forward that request for a staff report. All council voted on was rejecting the request for the staff report. Council did not vote on any of the substantive matters that could have been contained therein with respect to the process for the selection of the deputy mayor. The only decided matter of council was there was a request for a further staff report, and that was voted down. So I think it would be open to council members, and I'm willing to vote for this if it's clear that council members coming into this meeting, I'd rather it be an SPPC meeting, but if it's a council meeting, that's okay too. But there's not going to be a decided matter of council now or today or with respect to that last thing we did that is going to cut councillors off from being able to make other ways of looking at this. Why are we afraid of looking at other options? I don't understand it. It's so like we're so set in just keeping the status quo with minor tweaks. And again, this goes to the inability of the public to be able to actually weigh in to how we're running this allegedly well-run city. And I just think we're going to be a much better well-run city if we allow people clear chance to be able to come to a committee meeting where they can actually delegate and say what they want to say. Now, if they can't come and delegate, at a council meeting, they can at least submit a letter. But why are we not giving the public the opportunity to weigh in on this? And yes, it's the end of the council term, but all the more reason why we want people to be engaged. I don't want to send yet another signal to the public that we're precluding public participation because it's convenient. We shouldn't do that. We should be going out of our way to give the public the opportunity to come to a meeting. And if there's an SPPC meeting that's scheduled and this is on the agenda, it shouldn't be canceled. And I'll leave it at that. I'm still very confused about the effect of the motion that's on the floor right now in terms of everything I've just said. Maybe the mayor can explain that. But my main goal tonight is to keep open the opportunity for members of this council and members of the public to weigh in on this question. And I guess maybe that's a question to the mayor or the clerk or, I don't know, solicitor?
So if it is referred, it's going to come to the council meeting, and the regular process for communications to the council meeting would exist. If someone writes a letter to an SPPC meeting and has a discussion there, that would land at the same council meeting. If councilors brought notice of motions or wrote letters about amendments to the bylaw that they intend to do at that meeting, like that, those are all options before you. The only option I don't have at this moment is undoing the vote that was just done about the meeting where this is going to land to if the referral passes.
I appreciate that response. It does leave me just as confused as I was when I started, but that's my fault. And I want to hear what other people think. I'm hesitant to sit down because then I'm done, but I'm going to sit down.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I do have a question, not sure who can respond to it, but if this amendment is not supported, what happens next?
So it's a referral. If it's not supported, we would continue with the second reading of the bylaw that's before us.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'll be supporting it.
Other comments? Councillor Stevenson.
Just a couple of things. One is I heard that there was no items on the next SPPC, so I just sent an email because I did have something that I'd sent to ICSC that was, I was told should be SPPC. It doesn't seem to be there, so I'm going to get that done tonight. The other, just a question, if the bill, let's just say this referral fails and then we vote on the bill and it passes, is it considered a decided matter of council such that these potential changes can't be brought forward?
So that bylaw would be passed. Like many bylaws, you can amend bylaws after they're passed. And so I guess it would depend on, well, give me one.
I just want to know if it needs a 2/3 majority or just a simple majority.
So you don't need 2/3 majority to amend an existing bylaw. You can amend a bylaw, so you can change a bylaw. And that's the regular same process.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be supporting the referral, but I appreciate the clarity.
Okay, anyone else on the referral? Okay, let's open that for voting.
Noting Councillor McAllister is no longer present, closing the vote, motion carries 11-1.
I just want to say thank you and sorry that took so long.
Hey, it's like the first rare referral of a bylaw. It's just not a quick process. So, okay, so we don't have to do any more readings on that because it's been referred. So we're going to go to the next bylaw on the list. Okay, we're going to do the dearness bylaws now. There's two of them, 305 and 324. So moved and seconded, we'll open first reading for voting.
Motion carries 9-2.
Second reading, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosa.
Councillor McAllister.
I'll vote yes.
A second reading of the items referring to the dearness addresses.
Okay, yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-2.
Okay. Reading, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
Okay, Bill 308, and Councillor Hopkins asked for this to be pulled. So we'll do first reading on that. That's okay. We're doing 308 now because we didn't do it yet, so we're doing it. We're doing it now.
Councillor. Motion carries 12-0.
Okay, and second reading of this. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Third reading on this bylaw. We'll open that for voting.
Councillor Preble, Councillor Trosso. Motion carries 12-0.
Okay, now it's everything remaining. We'll open first reading for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
And second reading of these items. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Third reading, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Okay, that's it for bylaws, so it's just a motion to adjourn. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. We'll do that by hand. All those in favor?
Motion carries.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.